Cappuccino Jones. Yes. So yeah, I thought, you know what? Let me give this a try. Thank you for the people who are already in the space. I appreciate it. Basically, so this morning, I woke up this morning, my time, and there I was thinking, man, you know what? Like maybe because of a lot of distraction from yesterday, a lot of distraction from previous day, um, just people asking certain questions, and I'm starting to realize that I don't have enough number of characters, and I'm not gonna pay. I ain't paying Twitter, so I don't even know how this space goes. For a free account, I don't know why people pay for. But anyway, I digress. But the point is, so we got up this round. I thought maybe a space on my own account would actually be quite helpful for people who are looking for certain information. But I'm a Christian, so you know how it goes, man. Once you have faith in Jesus Christ, there's a particular way of thinking. And what it does is it helps you in understanding. You get certain type of interpretation of things, not just knowledge. I'm talking about even who God is. When you read the Bible, you get revelation of what God is really trying to show you, in a sense. You might be on a walk, you might be thinking, it might just be personal life. It might be maybe you're learning trading, because I'm going to be talking about a little bit about trading today. But the idea behind everything that I'm saying, can you guys hear me, by the way? I didn't do a 5x5. Just thumbs up. Let's see about a few people. Can you guys hear me at all? A thumbs up will do. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Thank you, Algordo. Thank you, Lee. Yeah. So yeah, basically what I'm basically trying to say is that because of faith in Jesus, there are certain things that will be revealed to you, and that's why I believe in God. I think there are other people who do believe in God. They've had the same experiences because we serve a big God, and that's who He is. So the title, The Untrained Eye. Shout out to Mr. 930. he posted a comment under a post that I posted in, and I thought, I just took that part and I say, you know what, like it just triggered a title, something easy, to start off with, and so I thought I would talk about the untrained eye. Now, did you know, as a matter of fact, because I will be reading it in a minute, did you know that Jesus Christ literally referred to the kingdom of God with trading? Did you know? Because I've heard all kinds of things, and people, like people come up to you and you tell them about trading. Oh, you're interested in trading, financial markets, all these kind of things. And what they say is, oh, trading is gambling. Trading is this and trading is that. And it's supposed to discourage you, right? But the real truth behind the matter is that Jesus literally compared his kingdom with trading. And where do you find that in the Bible? Matthew 25. If you go down to Matthew, if you have a Bible, this would be a great way to start off. Matthew 25, and we're going to start off at verse 14. I was going to read it from my King James version, but it might that old English might fly past people's heads. So I decided, I'll use the new King James. So I'm just, allow me to read it through, okay, and then just to make the point, because if you don't give people evidence or the fact, they'll be, oh, you're just making stuff up. So Matthew 25, verse 14, and Jesus says, "For the kingdom of heaven is like a man traveling to a far country, who called his own servants and delivered his goods to them. And to one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to another 1, to each according to his own ability. And immediately he went on a journey. Verse 16. Then he who had received the 5 talents went and traded with them. You heard that right. Verse 16. He who had received the 5 talents went and traded with them and made another 5 talents. So we know, talents is the way they measured money, in that time. Okay. And likewise, verse 17, and likewise, he who had received 2 gained 2 more also. So these guys are doing 100% profit. Verse 18, but he who had received 1 went and dug in the ground and hid his Lord's money. Listen to the key words. The key words, that's all the proof you need. Verse 19. After a long time, the Lord of those servants came and settled accounts with them. Verse 20. So he who had received 5 talents came and brought 5 other talents, saying, Lord, you delivered to me 5 talents. Look, I have gained 5 more talents besides them. His Lord said to him, well done, good and faithful servant. You were faithful over a few things, and I will make you ruler over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord. And then verse 22, he also who had received 2 talents came and said, Lord, you delivered to me 2 talents. Look, I have gained 2 more talents besides them. And his Lord said to him, well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord. Verse 24. Then he who had received the 1 talent, this is a 1 talent guy. Okay. 1 talent came and said, Lord, I knew you to be a hard man, reaping where you have not sown and gathering where you have not scattered seed. And I was afraid. That's that fear. That's the fear that, that gets every single trader, right? And I was afraid and went and hid your talent in the ground. My guy put in a bank account. Look, there you have what is yours. So think about this, right? He hid it in the ground. He didn't make a profit. He didn't lose. So he didn't lose the money. He didn't lose this talent that was given to him, this asset. But he also didn't gain. Anyway, verse 26, this is his Lord's reply. But his Lord answered and said to him, you wicked and lazy servant, you knew that I reap where I have not sown and gather where I have not scattered seed. So you ought to have deposited my money with the bankers. And at my coming, I would have received back my own with interest. So take the talent from him and give it to him who has 10 talents. So that's the 5 talent guy who has 10 now. Now the little guy's profit was given to the biggest guy. Call him the institution, right? And verse 29, for to everyone who has, more will be given, and he will have abundance. But from him who does not have, even what he has will be taken away. And cast the unprofitable servant into the outer darkness. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Okay, so we've gone through it. We have the proof. The Bible speaks about trading. As a matter of fact, not just anyone, not just a secondary source. It came from God himself speaking about trading. Now, what happened to the 1 talent guy? Because we're going to be speaking about some of these guys, okay? The problem the 1 talent guy had, number 1, he was fearful. You've been fearful before. I've been fearful. As a matter of fact, what time does, when your Lord gives you an asset, okay, because we own nothing, we came to this world with nothing, we go away with nothing. You've been given an ability. It is natural. It is your responsibility to learn, to train your eye. That's your responsibility. Your Lord is going to give you a particular asset, and he's going to say, hey, listen, go do something with that. A lot of people talk about trading. A lot of people talk about, let's learn certain strategies and let's learn to listen. We'll get into ICT side, but I just wanted to, clear this up because also as a first space, I wanted to honor the Lord. The other verse I did want to read, actually, I went long a bit, but yeah, it was Psalms 1. If you just, maybe you want to grab your Bible and you want to talk about Psalms chapter 1, just read it. And where it says, actually, I might as well just read it. I'm just going to read it real quick in King James, though, so I hope you don't mind the English. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. You know those scornful guys? Those are like verse 2. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. Verse 3. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water that bringeth forth his fruit in a season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he does or doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore, the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, and the way of the ungodly shall perish. Okay, so I've read all the Bible verses that I wanted to read. Praise God, glory to God. Now, listen. The title is The Untrained Eye. How do you train your eye? In your personal life, in your trading pursuit, how do you train your eye? Let's get down to the brass tacks of things. A lot of people are struggling with profitability, and it is true. It is true. But the question is why? Why though? If you're listening to my space, either you're here in the space right now, or maybe you're listening later on. It is recorded. The real truth is, I'm an ICT trader. I've watched his videos. I studied. But I didn't always get it. I didn't always have it the way that I have it now. I didn't always understand it the way that I understand it now. When we listen to other spaces and other people are talking about trading, because, the freedom of having the mic and you get to speak your interpretations, your understanding, not everybody actually understands because they have an untrained eye. When you're watching ICT videos, do you ever notice where he puts it, especially those, the silent videos where he's doing the trade, but he doesn't say anything? Do you ever notice where he puts his mouse? It's just me. I don't know if it's just me, right? Do you ever notice where he puts his mouse? Or do you ever notice the time as the candle is printing where he's about to enter the trade? Do you ever notice when he moves that mouse, to the enter or, to the sell or the buy, at the top left of his screen? Do you ever notice how the mouse will be there and he's just waiting? Do you train your eye to notice what the candles are doing at that real time? Because the moment he presses, sell or buy to enter the trade, you will see that line. Do you ever notice what happens there? Do you ever pause those videos to say, okay, what just happened? What could he be looking for? Why? Because these videos or these, little clips, they're unspoken. Do you train your eye? Because everyone keeps thinking, saying, things, and we all know, people come up with their interpretations. We know people come up with their, what they think. Maybe they think it's 369. Okay. Maybe they think it's 4-hour time frames. Maybe they think, as a matter of fact, it's based on statistic. I posted something earlier, actually. I don't know if you see it or if you saw it or not. But how do you know what you're supposed to back test if you don't even know what to look for? When we speak about, we're in the age of AI. We're speaking about people who OpenClaw. I don't know if you're coming across OpenClaw, but all this AI stuff right now. But when we think about these guys, the people who have really trained their eye or their skill, their ability when it comes to coding, a lot of them are saying they still don't use this tool, this technology, even though it could actually help them, be more productive. The same thing when ICT was saying in his videos, or he would write down his prices. So what do our generation, what are we doing, including me right now? We just put lines just to see what the price is. And then we delete it later. Oh, yeah, my chart is pure. I'm speaking about me. I don't know about you. I'm speaking about me. Oh, my chart is clean. My chart. Yes, my chart is clean because, okay, now I understand what area I want. But he has trained himself by writing it down physically in paper. And he remembers his prices, whereas I don't. So I'm always referring back. And that was my problem for the longest one. So guess what I did? I started narrowing down on the PD arrays to train my eye. I started connecting PD arrays together. Okay, this one goes with this one. And then when this one happens, then it gives me this one. And then when that happens, this is what I expect. And I started noticing how certain PD arrays would go well with the other. It ain't just order blocks and fair value gaps, folks. That's just the truth. If you want to trade order block plus fair value gaps, and high probability, okay, cool. High probability because it's added with the inefficiency. You have the inefficiency above the balance price range. So you can expect price to come through to fix the inefficiency first. So we're speaking about the trained eye, okay, the pattern of things. Anybody connecting, please, give me some sort of, thumbs, some, just so I know that you're listening and I'm connecting or something. Actually, let me look in the comment because I see. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, all good? All good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Neil. Shout out to Neil. Bingo. Yo, listen. When he said that, kids gotta, spice up the space, right? So, what a great way to end it, right? End it on a high note. But man, I left that space and I was like, yes. Now, you know what? I feel ready to share certain things. And if they come for me, bro, I will cook them. Cooking. Because this kitchen has been on since last year. Last year, I've been preaching this same thing. I'm telling folks, you need to read in the Bible. This dude understands gematria. If you're into biblical numerology and all these kind of stuff, he dug in. He told you who is when he started, when he just when he got saved and he was getting into all this kind of stuff. He told you who he was listening to. Chuck Missler. You need to go look up Chuck Missler. Honestly, you need to go into to study these things. When somebody tells you, hey, I would look at the chart and I would notice this, and it just say, it would, what I believe, was God telling me, look here, look here, look there. Are you not meant to pay attention? I mean, I don't know about you. If he literally said he worked in the banks, and you try to do your proofing, you saw his name working for Central Bank or whatever, and he said this is what, just the precision alone. Are you training your eye? Are you training your eye of truth? How do you even know what is true? How do you know when a man is in character? How do you know when he's out of character? Are you training your eye? Because there's no way you're going to know the truth of these markets. There's especially retail trading. We don't have the billions, folks. We don't have the billions to be able to do no stop loss trades. We need precision. We need control. And somebody comes and tells us, hey, listen, I can show you a way to get precision. And the reason why you can have it like I do is because these markets are controlled. It has to be controlled. But have you been training your eye? Oh, Cap says this and Cap says that, and I get it. Honestly, I really appreciate, like when I came in here last year, I really appreciate the people who have been encouraging. I know I say things and I understand. I knew that that's what's gonna happen because it happened in the charter member group. When I started doing my thing, it was triggering folks. I mean, people were like, yo, all of a sudden it's always like, who does this guy think he is? So, the first day, second day, third day, and then, every now and then, I just get inspired. I'm like, you know what? Let me do a razzle dazzle, right? Now, I was doing it by text, folks. Just the same way ICT was doing it in the group. I was doing it by text. I would say, pay attention to this inefficiency. This is what I want to see, right at this inefficiency. At this time, that candle time, I expect this. I expect that, I expect this liquidity not to be rated when everybody else is waiting for those equal lows to rate. And I'm like, no, it ain't gonna rate. I was just doing all kinds of things. And obviously, when you show people things, what happens next? You get DMs. People ask you questions. How did you know? Listen, it's my trained eye. I trained my eye. It took me years, but I had to train my eye. Because without a level of discipline to be able to sit there in front of these videos, and you're an ICT student, you know how long these videos go. Some of them are 2 hours, 3 hours. There's the same guy who told us, yeah, when you watch the video the first time, you might need to watch it again. The second time you watch it, it's going to be like new revelation, like you never heard this thing in the first place. So it has to be your routine. You've got to watch the video not once, but now you got to watch it twice. So when I didn't tell people, oh yeah, I've seen every, and as a charter member, you go back to the old videos from the records, that we have to download and whatnot. You have to watch these videos twice. So when I tell people I've seen ICT's videos at least twice, every single one of them. And then a couple years later, I found out that there were even more videos before 2016 that goes all the way back to 2011. And I was like, oh, okay. So I had to get my hands on them. And, luckily for me, so some, one of the, good guys on the charter member was able to give me some, some that I didn't have. And guess what I had to do? You got to do it double time. Right? And I was like, oh, but it took some time because you've got to train your eye. You're not an algorithm. Maybe your brain is somewhat in some way, but you are not. If you're not a code, great. But do you even know the concepts to be able to code those ideas into an autonomous type of thing? You've got to train your eye. You've got to train your mind. You've got to train your understanding. That's really what's going on. So that's how I go, to this level. And then, yes, last year I came here and I started telling people, hey, price is controlled 100%, People think, oh, like, who's this guy? He's talking all big and arrogant. It's like, no. I'm telling you, it is. I was literally just relaying the message. I'm not a genius. I just studied. I was just relaying what was already being said. And I was so shocked that a bigger community on Twitter did not even seem to believe. I was like, wait, what? What is going on? You guys have been listening to ICT the whole time and you don't believe in 100%? Okay, what's going on? So, baby steps, baby stages. You have to, go through, see what other people are saying. Just try to, get a gauge on what's really going on. Because the truth is, a lot of people, they didn't watch the videos. A lot of people on Twitter, they have not, till today, right now, they have not seen all of 2024 mentorship. A lot of them, they have not seen all of 2022 mentorship. They didn't have the time. Maybe because of life, family, a job, or just whatever phase they were at in that time, or maybe just pure laziness or lack of interest. They did not study. So how can you now come to me, or somebody who's expected, you paid all this money to learn? It's like, how can you now come to me and tell me that you know better, when I'm the one telling you, hey, listen, look, we need to step up this game. We've been hearing about some of you in the in the charter group. People will post stuff and say stuff and mention names, and I'm like, really? Is that the standard over there? Nah. And then you come over on this side and you realize that folks are hungry. I mean, hungry for real information, real good information. They don't want to get scammed. They don't want to be abused. They don't want to, they just want the truth. They want to understand. They watch some of these videos and they say they don't really understand. So I come and I say, okay, I'm going to bring a different perspective. That's all it was. I'm going to bring in my perspective and how I'm able to connect them like Lego bricks. And you will see it all clear as day. And as a matter of fact, I wouldn't even call it my perspective, because the truth is, it's all the things that he's been saying all along. All along. That's what the untrained eye is lacking. Just like in Matthew 25, the guy with the one talent, his master knew that, this guy, he can't handle 5. He can't handle 3. He can only handle 1. I'll give him 1. What level are you at right now in your training? Are you a 1 talent trader? Are you a 1 talent trading person who's interested in trading? Are you a 3 talent person? Are you a 5 talent person? Honestly, do you really got it like you say? Because I see a lot of them on Twitter, and big accounts, and they do all kinds of things, and they talk the big game. They talk 5 talent talk, and they don't even know what an implied fair value gap is. They don't even know how you can use a wick to determine, that wick, the moment you get a body closing back above it, that wick, that specific one, that's your change in the state of delivery. Right there. That wick, not the order block way back. That wick. It's that specific price. And if you get the 50% of that wick, you're going to see price start laying over it, building up liquidity. Please, can you tell me why? Why are they building liquidity at that wick, that specific price? Oh, God. It's insane. But at the end of the day, you come to realize, it's all about training your eye, because the untrained eye, and here's the other problem with, these are 1 talent fearful traders. Please, if you're a 1 talent person, you can grow. I am encouraging you. You can become a 2 talent person, 3 talent person, 5 talent person, 10 talent. Because the master, the Lord of the kingdom, he's willing to give you where you're starting, where he expects better from you. There's an expectation. There's a demand. You've got to do something with your time. You've got to do something with with the knowledge. You've got to do something with the talent. It's a lot of money. Listen to the keywords. He's using words like traded, money, bankers. My guy, what he did was he dug it in the ground because he didn't want it to, he didn't want to do anything because it was lazy. It wasn't thoughtful. And you know what? He wasn't resourceful. He just didn't think to put his mind in, to activate his thinking, to say, how can I do better? I've been given something that ain't mine. And so therefore I need to multiply. Think about Genesis 1. Be fruitful. Is it Genesis 1, Genesis 2? Be fruitful and multiply. That's literally the command that God gave man. Be fruitful and go multiply. That's just a simple instruction. So you have to go learn how to be fruitful. You have to go learn how to multiply, because the information is already out there, folks. The information is out there. He's been giving it the whole time. I say to people who, I speak with in private, and, when I started noticing that, when I started noticing a growth, a confidence, to tell me, okay, here's my model now. I'm like, yeah. And I always tell them, it has been in you all along. Because folks who want to, folks who contact me, and when I talk to them, the first time, every single person I gauge, where are you at? What can I share with you? Because I don't just want to give you something and then it just sounds like, oh, Cap is arrogant. He told me something, but it's not useful. So I can only share something that is useful. On Twitter, in spaces, yeah, I show up a little bit, you got to dance around. So let some people know a little bit like, hey, look, there's a different level. We're stepping up the game. We're stepping up the game. That's really the whole idea of, saying certain things and just bringing a different perspective to let people know. Just to let people know, like, look, something, well done. You've done great. But there's so much more for you. And a lot of people, you notice, anyway, I digress. The point is, the untrained eye, in their pain, in their pursuit to look for profitability, and just when they start realizing time is going by, my Lord he's gone away for a while, but he's coming back. I don't know when, but I need to make a profit. As a matter of, somebody don't even think this way. They just say, yeah, I need to make money for myself. It's like, okay, cool. But there's a pain that they're nursing because they're not profitable. So guess what they do? They start looking for comfort. That's that fear, folks. You cannot lean into the fear, because what you're going to end up doing is you're going to put your talent and you're going to dig it in the ground. You're not even going to think, you know what? I could start small. I could take it to the bankers, Maybe they could give me, help me make some money in interest. Maybe I could just do higher time frame, trade a monthly monthly time frame. A lot of these guys, they want to trade a 5 seconds. Oh, I don't know how they do it. But I could do some form of investing, just learn a little bit of ICT, which is, what I preach, is how I see the charts, and just do it on the higher time frame. I could do that. But no. But because of pain, because of fear, they decide, I'm going to dig this in the ground. And there's no momentum. They don't watch videos. They don't put in the work. But at the same time, they want to argue and tell you who has put in the work that, no, this thing doesn't work. their mind is so untrained. They don't even realize how lazy they are. It's really sad. It's really sad. It's really sad. And so guess what they do? They have to comfort themselves with all the gimmicks. That's where the statistical, the math and the this and the that. Yeah, I'm saying it. It's the truth. I'm going to try something else. It won't give me as much precision. It won't get me there. It won't get me to the point where I know I can live off of this skill permanently for life. I can look at a trade, anyone can have, and I can feel confident with no tools, no holding hands. That this is what Price wants to do. So they look for comfort. But by looking for comfort, I understand it comes out of fear. It comes out of finding a way to support yourself. That's really what it is. They try to comfort that pain instead of leaning into it and saying, no, like I need to press in. Is this guy, he's really talking good game. I need to get back into that hungry stage when I started off. I need to do this thing. This thing, I know it works because I'm seeing this guy talk about it. I'm seeing that person post about it. I'm seeing, I'm seeing everywhere. It seems like other people are doing well, but why not me? And you start feeling sorry for yourself. But you got to keep a reputation on Twitter, right? So therefore, they look for something else. It is the same thinking when you look back and you become a pillar of salt, like Lot's wife. It's the same mentality. It is frustrating. And God hates it. He hates it. Go read in the Bible. It's the truth. Lazy and slothful. He called this guy, this one-talent guy who would not do anything, he called him wicked. So who are they going to blame? Who is to blame? Who's losing out? Because now not only do you lose your one talent, and it's now given to not the 2-talent guy or the 3-talent guy, it's given to the best guy. It's given because he's functioning at the highest level. So why not you? Why not you? Who are you doing this thing for? Who are you training your eye for? As a matter of fact, who is training your eye? Who's training your eye? Are you leaning on yourself or are you leaning on the Lord? Because what I had to do, these videos, man, you know how they go. You watch them, you fall asleep. You wake up, you forgot where you were. So sometimes you got to start all over again. Or you watched the video last week and you didn't take notes. So it's, oh man, I don't even remember what video because it was years ago. I'm in that circle. There are some videos I just can't remember. I just can't remember. If you ask me, what video is that? I just say, go at 2024. Because I forgot. Because I didn't take clean notes like I should have. Because at the time, I know what I'm looking for. But you lose that hunger, folks. It happens to every single one of us. Every single one of us. You lose the hunger. You get comfortable. And you wonder why things are not clicking for you. You've got to get back to your days of hunger. The beginning stages, that fire. I promise you, listen, I promise you, 100% is achievable. I was getting cooked the whole time, folks. People speaking, talking about me, behind my back, all kind of, I know it. You hear it, and you know what they're saying. Oh yeah, how is it then that ICT literally said his son is literally going 100% days, no losing days? No losing days sounds like 100% to me. And we're not even talking about the price side of things. We're talking about the trader performance side of things. Because you can lose a little. It's like, oh, my entry, my stop was too close. I'm going to re-enter. Because the trader, the analyst wasn't wrong. It's just the management was wrong. That's the human part. But at the end of the day, EOD, are you coming out with more talent than than your master gave you? Because that's what he did. 100% performance. In the Robbins Cup, there was Asher David. I think Asher David. He had like 100% thing in his performance, metric or whatever. I was like, what? He doesn't trade ICT. He's doing with what he knows too. And there are other people who, and again, it's not even about 100% performance, but people who they're doing well because they're managing their own talent the way they should. That's our responsibility, folks. That's what we got to do. So, yeah. Yeah, man, I said a lot. I hope this resonates with you. I hope, I hope you took something, and please, listen, don't let the way that I talk discourage you from pursuing excellence. I'm coming from a position of, we can get here. Come up here. Come up here. We can do this. It doesn't have to be a lonely position. ICT is like, come up here. I can get you up here. You want to be a 5 talent guy? I got you. But you got to train your eye. Because if you choose comforting gimmicks, one guy, I don't know, in my comments this morning or, last night or whatever, he was asking me, he was saying he did like 25K. This is the other thing, right? I guess I'm doing spaces now. If you try and cook me, I'll put you on space. So if you want your publicity, there you go. But anyway, this Tower Reality guy, he said he did like 25K sim something on Monte Carlo. And I'm like, in my mind, I was thinking, how can you do 25,000 simulations and you still don't have 100%? You still don't even see how price is controlled 100%. You've done 25,000 simulations and you still don't know how to be able to look at price and say, you know what, this is what it's going to do. And we're just here, leaning on ICT concepts. Come on, please. If you're so techie and you're so ahead, you should be better than us. You should be telling us what's up. This is how I see people who try to, say these things. If you think you have it better, then show us that precision. Show other people that precision so they can learn from you. So so other people can be encouraged and be like, oh, okay, you know what, bro? Show me how you did it. Can I ask you a question? I look at the charts at this time and I look at the charts at, and this and that. What does it mean? What does your simulation mean? Because the truth about simulations, bro, you can do 100 million simulations all day long. Listen up. If you don't even know what you're looking for, you're just getting numbers. That's all you're getting. Numbers. High of day, low of day, what times? But well, guess what, man? They breach. And guess where they breach at? Literally posted. You know what's so funny? Do you ever notice, when I post these screenshots, I post them. And then if you actually look at price later, you will find that I'm actually communicating something. I gave 3 levels. No, actually 2 levels. I think this week, Monday, Tuesday. So, we had a space for PP Banks. I think, some of you were in that space. We had a space. And, I'm just going off and, shout out to all the people who wanted to listen to me. I don't listen. I'm not special, but I do appreciate the confidence. I do. It makes me feel like I'm not wasting my time. Let's just put it that way. But here's the thing. So, we're going off, all this kind of stuff. We're talking about price. And then, I talked about, and then later on after the space, slept, woke up, or something like that. Anyway, I'm saying, hey, listen, yeah, it was a Monday actually. I said, listen, you're gonna have to get the Friday close from last week, like previous week. You're gonna get that close to Tuesday open, okay? And I said, just extend it. If you notice the things that I've been posting for a while now, because I'm a lower time frame trader, but I keep posting the higher time frame. Makes no sense, right? But if you notice, I keep posting these boundaries. I post boundaries and I post what I deem controller. At least I call it controller, but it seems like ICT has different name, but it's the same idea. Placeholder. And if you look at those levels this week, look at it on the higher time frame or on the daily time frame, and then look at it on the 1 hour time frame. That's all you got to do. You want to prove Cappuccino Jones, you want to prove them wrong, go on your charts and plot the same levels, those prices, and just wait and see. Just watch. That's all. It's no big deal. Just watch. I have explained for months. I mean, I don't even know how long now. For months, talking about placeholder. Price is going to close, it's going to open. You have the inefficiency, boom, right there. Operations began. Now it's going to go higher, it's going to come lower, it's going to hit it, hack the support, go below it, and then come back. It's going to act like a leash. Oh, price is trash. It's consolidating. It's not moving. We've been inside. Like, oh, okay. But just look. What has been happening? Oh, high of day statistic, low of day statistic. Okay, cool. Well, guess what? Yeah, this market maker is going to breach it just a little bit. That's all. I literally posted it at that time. Look at the timestamp. Posted it and said, just for fun. We're not going lower. We're just going to breach it, and then I'm going to give you your move. Just for fun. Because statistics, what they do, they only give you numbers. But when you don't know what to look for, you don't know how price is going to use that stat at this time. That's why they say sometimes it's 30-something%, at this time, in this moment, or it's 65%. They use it. But you're telling me you lean on 65%, and what about the other 35? How do you know, that other 35 is gonna fail this time? What if you're in a buy? What if you're so confident the price is gonna really rally, but you're wrong at that time? Aren't you in a loss anyway? So who's fooling who? Yes, ICT told us. In fact, he encouraged multiple times, multiple videos, like, I want you to go test it, get do all those numbers work. ICT traders are supposed to be using stats, by the way. So there you go. For those who think I'm against the statistical guy. No, he told us we got to do that. He encouraged that. As a matter of fact, it's his idea. In the retail space, it's his idea. His idea. He just didn't bother, talking about it too much. It's his idea. Because he'd be talking about PD arrays and all this, all these concepts. But he would always mention 70%, and 90%, and all these kind of things. High probability. He populated those ideas. Now, I'm not saying they weren't there before, at least those particular words, but like he made it become a thing that we all know. So why would you want to cook somebody you heard it from him? It makes no sense. But anyway, the point is, we need to train our eye. We need to get to work, and we need to believe. You have to believe. This is the best profession in the whole world. Nothing beats 6 trillion market every day. Just in Forex, by the way. If not even more by this time. We're talking about what? Like about 9 figures out. What am I saying? But like over 200 billion a day in NQ or something like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to say, like, look, you're not going to get any better liquidity. And guess how much we're looking for? $500. Sometimes I think about it, right? And I just feel ashamed. There are businesses who are looking to make like 200 million today. You're just looking for 500. But with 25,000 simulations, yeah, please. It makes no sense. When I came to the space, the whole idea was, let me try and encourage people. Oh, I was saying in PV Bank space, back then, whatever you're trading, ICT concept will only help you get better. But apparently they want to teach us now. Okay, all right, cool. Whatever. But if you ain't getting precision, how are you going to get it? Because the man is giving it out for free. Do you know how much we had to pay? Oh, God. Anyway. He who wanted the most. He who wants it the most. That's really what it is. It comes down to that. So I should open the space, shouldn't I? I don't even have a clue what I'm doing. I feel like I'm just talking to a screen. Anybody want to come up? If you want to come up, yeah, come up. If you just want to listen, just thumbs up, all that kind of stuff. But honestly, the idea is for you to train your eye. It's for you to put in the time. It's for you to understand that there is precision. There really is precision. And you can have it. Oh, my first request. Who's that? AJ. Well, there you go. AJ. AJ. How do you do this?
Yo, Cap, what's up?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice. I just wanted to say, I remember I was listening to one of Kid's Spaces, and you were saying the 100% thing. And, not gonna start any drama, but you got shut down. And I didn't know you at that time, but I joined one of Pippi's spaces and I was hearing you speak. And, once you start to get, not a complete understanding, but a good understanding of the concepts, you can hear in someone, the way someone speaks, if they truly have an understanding or not. And that space, when you spoke, man, like I could tell you had a great understanding. And I was so thankful that I was able to tune in there and just hear you speak. So I don't really have much to say, but just want to say thank you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate the encouragement. I do. I really do appreciate the encouragement. I don't even think we've ever spoke. I don't know who you are, but it's little encouragement, these little encouragements like this. It's what makes me think, oh, you know what? Okay. Like, because the truth is ICT is right. A lot of the charter members, and just a little bit of scoop, a lot of the charter members, they don't have an interest because like why bother coming on here or in the space where you know how polluted it is, you know how it is a difficult place to be fair. But when you're learning directly from the source, they're not bothered, folks. A lot of them, they don't even want to talk about prop firms. They don't want to. They're not interested. They don't even chat in the group no more, and that's just the truth. Like it is dry now, dead, literally. Like only just a few people. I hardly partake. Like if anything, it's dead now. Honestly. So anybody thinking, oh, try to remember church, it's like, nah, it ain't what you think. It's not all that. It's literally like dead now. Pretty much a dead group. But I guess it's just there because it was there, so you might as well, just to keep some of the relationships. Probably that's my guess. And also because maybe people paid and stuff. But it's just the truth. And yeah, no, you're right. Like, no drama starting. It is what it is. It's in the past. We move on, all that kind of stuff. I still post stuff. Indirect.
I think the issue in a lot of cases is we're using these words that everyone has a different perspective of, right?
Mm.
Like the way you see fair value gap or inefficiency is not the same way someone that just learned it sees it, right? Or the way that someone learns, like they might have a completely different perspective. So when you're using certain words, it's very easy to fight over these things when we're not even talking like super technical. We're just like talking these topics, right?
Mm.
So like I don't like the drama part of it. So I like to just, I like to listen to understand, right? A lot of people like to listen to just respond and fight back and that type of thing. But that's what I really like listening to you is like you listen to understand. So that's someone you should listen to.
What I did was spend a long time watching the videos. So when I then come, on this side of things and I'm relaying these messages, like, oh, a lot of the things that I say are actually ICT's words. I've said it before and I say it again. I'm not a genius. Maybe because I studied, okay, cool. You study something long enough, you get it, like you get the message pretty much. But the truth is, we're just saying what ICT already said. So when you then get like different interpretation from the very videos that he has already produced, you're like, yo, like that ain't, think about the macro stuff, right? ICT says macros are about time. It's a time factor. That's what it is. So those 20-minute windows, that's what it is. But everybody else made it about price. Is that you can enter in the macro. You can literally enter anytime within that hour. But they made it about price. And that's the real problem. Because when ICT says certain things, we keep forgetting it goes back to time. And then I posted this thing about 23232, right? And it just happens to match exactly the very times that ICT has been preaching.
I mean, ICT says himself, right? Time then price.
Time then price. And then you go further and you look at the industry, opens and closes and all these little things, and it lines up. And I'm like, yo, honestly, the idea actually came from 12 disciples, the 12 sons of Jacob, all these kind of things. And just like if you look up the number 12 in the Bible, a lot of it came from there. The 12 months, 12 weeks in a quarter. Well, that's how they say it's 13, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's just all these little things. you start connecting, you break it down, you try, a sequence, you try to apply it, see, or you apply it to this, it works, but then you apply something else, it doesn't work. And you're like, nah, it can't be that. Because for me to have confidence in anything I'm trying to, break down. Now, I'm not saying that's even the code. I ain't claiming that. But when I'm trying to, quote unquote, understand something, it has to fit everywhere, no matter what. It has to fit everywhere. Because if it fits everywhere and every time, then I can call it 100%, right? I mean, that's simple logic. That's fair. I think that, that's a fair statement. So, like I tried all kinds of things in the past. It didn't always work. I would trust it. You ever trust those Fair Valley gaps? And then you're like, oh, you know what? This Fair Valley gap is going to be where I'm gonna buy. Fair Valley gap order block. Yeah, I'm going to throw in an entry there. You throw in an entry, and guess what happens? Stop loss. And you'll be like, whoa, what happened? I thought this C was supposed to be for a buy after it's been rebalanced. Same thing. And then you try it other times, it works. It works perfectly. And you'll be like, wow, what's going on? So when you try things, and it goes back to, that same logic I'm talking about with, statistics, like how do you know when something is going to work? And how do you know when something is going to fail? There's a logic that I'm actually going to share now. Just came to my mind. I don't even know if I should say it. It's not mine. It is ICT. And it is called nullification. We call it nullifier. Some people here, they've heard me talk about it. As a matter of fact, I didn't find it, but it's in ICT's videos in 2024, 2023 or something like that. But anyway, the idea is just like when he says, when price refuses to go to a certain level, the way I interpret that is, think about Jesus, right? In Matthew, in the book of Matthew, when Jesus was born, the baby in the manger, all that kind of stuff. So Jesus was born. Yeah, he was born in a manger. You had the wise man, coming from the east side, and they come in. They're looking for the Messiah, the King who was born, the star, that kept leading them, guiding them. And so they got into got into the city or whatever. And they go to meet, I have another request. Approved. Yeah. There you go. Second review. Wow, this is cool, man. Yo. I'm feeling big now, and I'm a big man now. I'm only joking. But yeah, anyway. So what was I saying? Yeah, so a baby is born, and King Herod wants to kill the kids. He wants to kill the kids. So because he's been told by these wise men, hey, listen, baby's born, and he's supposed to be the king and all this kind of stuff, and therefore he's a king, right? And he's a pagan king, like he's a bad guy. So guess what he did? He decided he's gonna kill all the kids under 2 years old. It's in the Bible, folks. You got to read it. Under 2 years old. So that's how I interpreted nullification. The nullifier wants to kill and destroy. So what does that mean? When the nullifier cannot get to your precious PD array, it means he is guarded. He is guarded. If the enemy cannot even reach the gates, what Price is going to do, you will see this every time, by the way. It's going to try one time. It's going to make a first attempt. Like the three, call it the temptation, right? It's going to try one time. Then it's going to come back again. It's going to try again. When he tries the second time, that failure is guaranteed protection. Price is going to turn and it is going to go for the opposite liquidity 100% of the time. Look it up, folks. Look into your charts. Some people call it, the double the double whatever. No, we ain't talking about that. We're talking about pure candles. We're not talking about now and later. Now and later is just simply 2 candles on the higher time frame. You get that? We're talking about on whatever time frame you're looking at. How do you know? So let's say you're trading, I don't know, 1 minute time frame, and price is at whatever, say, I don't know, 122 or something. If 122 is your attempt and 123 is another attempt, and it just can't even get close to your precious PD array, that is strength. That means your PD array is strong. That's notification. The other side of that's the effect of notification. Sorry. The other side of notification is ICT was saying, in the video, actually, what he was saying was if price, you have an order block, for example. If price goes to the rejection block, then that order block is nullified. So there you go. There you have it. So now it doesn't sound like, he's butching. He's like, no. I'm giving my own interpretation. But basically, so basically that's the idea. It is a very strong, strong idea. It's a concept. It's not a PD array. It's just an idea. It's a concept. That's the word, right? But it is when you have a particular price. So let's say, a fair value gap. You have a fair value gap order block, 20. In fact, let's talk about 2022 model. You have a 2022 model. It's printed. Now you're waiting for entry. Where do you enter? If the fair value gap where you're meant to enter, if it is far above the breaker, ICT says you just use the breaker, right? That's nullification. But nullification is going to hit something because its attempt is to kill. But at the same time, it's going to be restricted. So it's going to kill something. It's going to deactivate something. But at the same time, it's going to be restricted. And it is in that restriction where you get your turn. That's where you get your tight stop losses. Those stop losses, you see some of these guys, they do like really tiny stop losses, and you're like, how are they doing it? That's the idea. It is a joint operation. It is at the same moment. King Herod wants to kill Jesus, baby Jesus, right? At that same time, when he decided, he's going to kill all the, in the city or whatever, it's the same time where he's protected, his parents take him away. It's these kind of things, these kind of thinking. I'm sorry. Listen, if you don't like Bible, I don't know. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I love the Lord. These kind of logic, they help me grow. So I don't know what other way. And if it doesn't resonate, just listen out for the trading part. Take the meat, spit out the bone for you. It's all meat on my end, but whatever. But yeah, it's at the same time. I'm talking about this idea is genius. It is genius. And when I came last year and I said every turn, do you guys notice how, say you're looking at a 1 hour or something? Do you ever notice how a lot of the highs and lows, they turn at fair value? You ever notice that? You ever notice how maybe it's not a fair value gap, but it is guaranteed a wick? What wick? What specific wick? How do I know what fair value gap? How do I know what wick? Do you ever notice those things? You ever pay attention to those terms? Because everyone is looking for terminus. We're all looking for the place where things end or objectives end and objectives begin. At that moment. That's what we're all looking for. We're all looking for that specific time range and price range. Multiplication tables, like you were saying, when they meet, that convergence, is that the right word? Give me a thumbs up. It's a big word, eh? Convergence. Like when they meet at that moment, like that's where you get the turn. Honestly, there's so many ideas for precision, and I don't even know like if I'm hitting the nail, for you guys. But yeah, like there's just so many things in those concepts. Now, how do you put it together? You guys want to know how to put it together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so this is how you put it together. You need, and this is the easiest way, by the way. I've said this before, but I guess I'm saying it again. You need to have a PD array that like the back of your hand. You just know it. Like, with high probability, we're not talking 100%, all that kind of stuff. You just know when this PD array forms, man, you can predict it. I'll give you an example. The 2022 model. I like the 2022 model. I'm not trading the 2022 model, but it's part of my entire narrative because the 2022 model is simply a market maker model. That's what it is. We've said it many times, over and over. Now, here's a market maker model. Do you actually know the name of the retail pattern? Like, in the retail, when I say retail, I mean like, retail. It's called railway tracks. Go look up on Google right now and look up railroad or railway tracks. So, railroad, railway tracks, trading pattern or something on Google. You have, one up and one down. One up, one down. Can you predict railroad tracks? It's an order block. It looks like an order block. On your time frame, in terms of speed, oh God, I'm going into something. Okay, I'll talk about speed in a minute. But that's what it is. That's the formation. You have one candle up and one candle down, or one candle down, one candle up. So what I'm doing when I'm noticing, say, like, for example, on the 1 hour time frame or 2 hour time frame, what I'm doing is I'm taking that one candle and I'm anticipating, I'm predicting price is going to do this, it's going to go down, and then the next hour is going to open, and then it's going to go higher. It's going to give me a railroad track or railway track formation. On the 1 hour, it's going to give me an order block. I'm just using these like retail, just to make it, trying to accommodate basically, because you don't know who's listening, right? But the idea is that, can you then go into a lower time frame? And then you take the open of your first candle. So let's say like a bullish order block, for example. You take the open and you're going to anticipate price to go down. But before it comes down, how does it print those highs? How does it print those highs? Is it sharp? Or is it like a gradual, almost like a consistent type of thing? Like it's just gradual. And when you think about it, it's going to give you like a trend line phantom sometimes. As a matter of fact, it's going to give you equal highs. It's just going to go sideways for a little bit, but it's going to do it early. Keyword, early. And then it's going to go down. It's going to dive lower. It's going to deliver lower. And then once it reaches terminus for that hour, in terms of time, once it reaches that hour, and then it's going to give you your closing wick. Remember that, closing wick. That's the end phase. That's your TGIF Friday. That's your TGIF Friday. Gee, yeah, thank God it's right. Yeah, that's your TGIF. It's going to give you your closing wick. In that closing wick, on, let's say, say for example, we're talking 1 hour or whatever. In that closing wick, you're going to get that initial low. And then there's that little turn. And then your hourly candle, or my hourly candle, is going to close. I need it to close that way. And then the next candle opens. And then it's going to give me that accumulation. But in that accumulation of that previous wick and stuff, that accumulation I'm looking for, I want to see that last breach. I want it to be breached. I prefer it's breached. I prefer, on the 1 minute, I prefer equal lows to be breached. It doesn't have to take the entire low, but like I prefer that low, that equal, because it's going to give me that sequence. It's going to give me that print. It's going to give me one of those at least, regardless. It's going to breach, take it, and then you get your turn. But it still looks like nothing initially. It still looks like price is bearish, and price is going to sell, because the 1 hour chart you're looking at on the 1 minute, right? And depending on how it, the formation and stuff, like it just looks like, we're definitely going to sell. That's why you watch some of, some people's faces and they're like, oh, we're going to sell. And, you're like, we're hitting terminus right now in terms of time. This thing needs to turn now. Like now. Like we ain't wasting time. We ain't doing the lingering, go sideways, and it's going to go sideways for the 40 minutes in the next candle, in the second half of the move in terms of time. Because remember, it's 2 1 hour candles, right? So that means, we're doing 120 candles. That's all I have. And I know between that 120 candles, I know what to expect. I know what I need to see. Within 120, that's my business how. That's your business how. It's your shift. Shout out, Lee. Right? It's your shift. Oh, somebody requested. Oh, you're back. Right? Like it's your shift. It's your turn to work. It's your turn to make the market. So how are you going to do it? The guy working the previous shift, he already used the liquidity. He already took the time. So where are you going to get the liquidity for you to be able to do your shift? It's you have to make the market. You're the market maker. And if you don't do right, you're going to get fired. If the guy already used liquidity, then what are you going to do? You're going to have to seek an inefficiency. Does that logic sound simple? I think it sounds simple to me. But the point that I'm trying to make is, anyway, yeah, so, back to the whole design. You get that rate. So now this is we're talking about bullish scenario, right? So we get that rate, and then it's going to start seeking up moves. So that's where you're going to get your low risk buy. You're going to get your measuring gap. You're going to get everything on the left in that previous 1 hour candle. You're going to get everything on the left now acting as support. Because what price wants to do is be delivered back to the open of the first candle. And ICT says, well, in this case, you aim for you measure your range, you get the 50% first. That's your first hit. And then you go for 75%, or 70%, or what you might consider OTE reversal, boom. And then right there, you should be getting your second stage in that area. And that second stage is going to take you to the open of your first candle, the beginning of your railroad, the stop or whatever, the real, I don't know what you guys call it. And then it could even go up. It could go higher than that to take the previous high. Now, here's the beauty of it. If you know that you're going to get a range, that kind of formation in the 1 hour, so in 120 candles, if you know you're going to get that formation, you can trade the range, right? But what if you have another colleague? Let's call him, I don't know, who should I use as an example? Let's call him Neil, because Neil figured out. People like, hey, yo, Neil, what you think about this charts, man? I need liquidity. Are you willing to sell me something? I need liquidity of 50 billion. And Neil comes and says, yeah, actually, you know what? I'm willing to sell you this, but I'm selling in premium. I'm selling at this price. So what do you do as the market maker? You're going to drive, or as the algorithm, you're going to drive that price. You're going to drive it higher. And Neil says, yeah, like, okay, I'll do you that deal. We'll do a little thing. And, because this is how these guys communicate, by the way, on Bloomberg and those chats, by the way, real fact. And he was like, yeah, I'm willing to sell you this, but I can't do it until 5 o'clock. I do it, at my closing shift, or in the last hour of my shift, I'll do that. We can do a deal. So I can get out of my trades, or out, I can get out of my market making, because it's your shift. You need that liquidity. But then for you'll be looking and you're like, ooh, 5. That looks like 2-3 candles. Interesting. So what are you going to do? As a trader, you're anticipating the price is going to go higher. Is that not a fair value gap being printed? So you've just gone from range trading to now taking your range trading to trend trading. Because now you've taken liquidity and you're expecting that breakout, but not a false breakout. You're expecting that breakout to go higher. That's a whole model for days. That's a whole model. Do you guys understand anything? Yo, Leak, you can say something. You have a speaker time.
Yeah, I haven't said nothing because I'm in Chipotle. I'm about to walk out in a second, so I'm just listening to you, bro.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's really what it is, and that's what I'm doing. Every time you anticipate a 1 hour order block forming, you can anticipate I'm in that. I love it. It's so easy, and it's a sequence that repeats. You can't miss it. It's literally a sequence that repeats. So when I say, 100%, 100%, it's like, yeah. And I'm just talking about a particular formation that repeats. And there's loads of them. Some of you, you're experts when it comes to fair value gaps. You're amazing at predicting a fair value gap. Oh, I see a fair value gap. Oh, that fair value gap is going to go and breach across the liquidity so that when price comes back, they're going to use that liquidity and that inefficiency at that level as support to go higher. Oh, and then another trader comes in, but that's just support resistance. Yeah, I create your support resistance. How about that? We know when your support resistance is going for. We know how your bookmark, we reprint your book. But that's really what we're doing as ICT traders. But the question is, have you trained your eye? Have you trained your eye to notice these things? Have you trained your eye to understand, when something is meant to rally? Speed. How do you know when speed? IOFED. oh, I was hoping price is going to reverse and it didn't get me. Yeah, it wasn't meant to get you because there's nullifier concept in place. Have you thought about when IOFEDs actually print? When they print? Why they print? Have you looked left? Have you seen that reclaimed order block?
Oh man, that's the sauce right there.
I knew you would like that one. I thought you would
Yeah.
like that one. Have you seen that reclaimed order block? Have you seen the reclaimed order block in the breaker? Those breakers, how do you know the specific price is going to go to? So you have a breaker of, let's say 2 or 3 candles. Let's say a bearish breaker. Okay. So think with me for a second. You have a bearish breaker. Price, it was a bullish order block. Price is going higher, it's going lower, and it's been breached. Now we have a breaker. Okay. But it's a breaker of let's say 2, 3 candles, those kind of order blocks, right? Have you noticed that the bearish order block of that bearish breaker, have you noticed how price would go back to them? Have you noticed how that specific order block is the one you're looking for? How do I know we're in the breaker? Have you noticed the inefficiencies, the print in the lower time frame that you're looking at? Have you noticed those things? Have you thought about how, like, why do we have reclaim? Like, why does price have to reclaim? Like, why does it have to go back there? And a lot of the times, why does it have to be a wick? Why does it have to be a wick that's going to go to the reclaimed order block? And that's it. No chance. The best sale prices. It's a sale. You ain't getting it. They will not give it to you. If you miss it at that second, if you're using the 5-second chart, if you miss it, it's gone. The lowest stops. I said to somebody, they asked me, how do I trade and, all that kind of stuff. And I said to them, look, I'm in the wicks. I'm in the wicks, folks. That's what I do. I'm in the wicks.
And can I say something too, Cap?
Yeah, go on, baby.
And the truth is, the wicks is not the macros, guys. It's not the macros like you think. Just a little,
You know what's mad? Yeah, my wife used to think like she loved the macros and stuff like that. She, like she's into trading and all that kind of stuff as well. And I used to say to her, like, like ICT loves macro. This is when he was doing all that macro, macro stuff at the time, and it was working for a bit. Macro and silver bullet. And the crazy thing about it is that she would buy, like, she loves, buying. Like, she preferred, I don't know, some people have this thing where, like, they prefer, like, a buy setup. But she thought it was based on price. So I would say to her, like, yeah, it's based on price, that kind of, because I didn't know better either. And then ICT comes and says, oh, no, actually, it's a time, it's a time thing. I was like, oh. So I had to change my opinion. And I had to change the entire way that I saw macros. I had to change the entire way that I look at 950 to 1010, specifically that macro and the 1050 to 1110. Those two macros, you need to dig into those two like crazy. Crazy. But yeah, like, the thing about macros, just think about it as the closing time range and the opening time range. It's the simplest way I was able to understand it. What happens in the closing time range and what happens in the opening time range. That's it. What happens on Mondays and what happens on Fridays. What happens between January to the Monday of the second week of February. What happens between what happens post Thanksgiving to the end of Santa Rally or the end of the year. It's the only way I was able to understand it. So now I'm not saying, that's what, listen, to each their own, right? But I can tell you, when somebody tells you the opening range, study this, and then he tells you there's a closing range, we don't even need to know that. We don't even need to be told there's a closing range. It implies itself. A guy asked me, I think it was Looney in the comments earlier today, and actually this is part of what inspired this space by. So shout out Looney. I don't know who these people are, but these are great people, folks. They ask you questions, and they just want to take what they can and run and change their own life. That's trading. Anyway, I digress. What was it? What's that?
I ain't say nothing, man. That's just nothing but the truth right there, bro.
Like,
But
what was I gonna say? I forgot. Yeah, so the question he asked was, about 925, that kind of stuff. But the way I'm able to understand it, especially in the space recently, ICT was saying that you do 7 a.m. to 9. So I'm like, oh, 7 a.m. to 9. That is interesting. Okay. And then he said, but 9 to 9:30, you do nothing. I'm like, yo, wait a minute. That makes no sense. Why do nothing though? Why do nothing at that time? Why is it 9:30 to 10 is the opening range? Well, is it possible that a 9 to 9:30 is also closing range? It is the closing time period for electronic trading. Anything that has been done for electronic trading from the previous evening, it's closing at that time. Even including when there's news. It's baked in. That's why, when there's news, you have 8:30 open, opens, you get that, boom, liquidity, all that kind of stuff, sharp candles, whatnot. And then it's almost like at 9:30, the news, the result is being referred to all over again. You ever notice that? Almost like they disregarded it, like it never occurred. So let's say it's, I don't know, non-farm payroll or something. And you get it at 8:30. And then come 9:30, it's like they're responding to that news again. Did you ever notice that discrepancy? It's a weird one. Or do you ever notice how, between 9, like what I do actually, another tip, I'm just giving loads at this point. Anybody else want to say something? Maybe some of the, more articulated brothers.
You want me to speak on the cap?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. So a lot of the foundation, I think y'all should pay attention to what he's talking about with the order blocks. That is the foundation of, to me, everything that what he doing. And let's say 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock is that order block, and it's running up. And it takes 2 candles to finish the market maker model. Remember, he said take any time frame and divide it in half. And you take the first half as the Judas. ICT already taught the Judas to us. And then the second half has to go deliver once it hits terminus, and it only has one objective left, right? So the market maker models is not the order block, I mean, is not that we're trading an order block on a specific time frame. We're taking a higher time frame order block and we're going to lower time frames and trading inside of that time range. That's why it's all about time. That's what ITC and what Cap has unlocked for basically everybody. I mean, this is a cheat code right now. But when you really go look into the order blocks and what he's saying on the smaller time frames, the sequence that Cap keep raging about, that's saying 100%, it will show itself to you at that point. That's why he keeps saying 2022 model. That's in there. It's all baked in there at that time. That's what y'all not understanding. But to help some of y'all, 2024 mentorship is a good one to go through and watch them slowly and really take notes. And you're gonna realize everything this man Cap has talking about is 100% legit. But he's not talking about a strategy. You remember ICT said, sometimes I get it wrong, but that's because of human error, which gives us the confidence that the machine is actually 100% doing something. You're not going to win 100% because you are going to do something wrong. You might read it wrong. You might be distracted. But you got to realize there's a sequence that's happening every single day. That's why he says at 10 o'clock, there's a silver bullet that's going to happen every single day. So think about that. There's something that's happening that he is really, it's in the charts, but it's not in the charts at the same time. Because it's a logic that we talking about that's happening 100%. Not, I'm going to see this pattern. The pattern is going to show 100% when you understand the logic behind it. That's why the untrained eye is, I think, one of the best topics to talk about, because a lot of us know ICT concepts from a price action standpoint. Oh, look at this order block. Look at this fair value gap. But we don't understand the logic of behind why. Anybody right now could go teach basic ICT stuff and look like a guru. And you can show it in the past. But can you know the why and the when? Like ICT said, it's going to happen based on for time. But if you don't know what time, he already gave you one time, 10 o'clock. But why? That's the question. Then he already gave us another time. He said midnight. Why? Why? What is happening at midnight? So it's a logic, and I appreciate Cap so much, man, so much, because he's only saying what ICT has already been telling us. But some of us been lazy, some of us wasn't paying attention, and then I think what's important for these spaces to have us to show that there's 100%, so we can stop beating up on the beginners that don't know. Because some of us think we know because we know a lot of price action. But we don't know the logic behind it. We got to stop beating up on the beginners that don't understand. Just because we know a little bit. There's people that know it 100%. So when we see somebody come in and they go, I don't understand this and that, don't go, well, ICT already taught it. Well, he was talking in a subtle language. He's talking a whole nother language that we don't even realize. You got to get past the advanced ICT basic price action and market structure. You got to get past that because it's not about that. That's the foundation. But if you go to a beginner right now and go, this is what you need to learn, it's not just like that. It's about liquidity and inefficiency and time. That's what any beginner need to hear right now. Inefficiency, liquidity, and time. That's it. If you learning anything else or using anything else, you are missing the point of what ICT is saying and what Cap is trying to get everybody to realize. For sure. So I didn't want to really come on here and say too much, Cap. I really wanted to sit back and let you cook because you're doing your. But for the beginners that's listening, or for people that really don't, get what he's saying, he's not talking about a strategy. He's talking about a logic that repeats and a sequence, and it's all inside of the order blocks. Just go reverse engineer them. That's all I gotta say, man.
I appreciate you, man. Like you dropped that hammer on the nail. Now you actually what you said just triggered something there in my mind. So here's another gem for everybody in the space, right? Your best PD raise. Best. And I mean, like I'm talking clean. I'm talking safe. I'm talking low risk. I'm talking like the lowest stops and the bigger, you know those trades where you ever wonder why, people are like, oh yeah, just aim for 1 to 2 risk reward ratio. Just aim for 1 to 3. Like if you get 1 to 3, but you have a 35% winning rate, you'll be imagine you have a 30% accuracy rate. Can you trust yourself? Let's be honest, guys. Do you trust yourself with 30% accuracy rate? Let's be honest. Come on, man. Like who we lying to? We're lying to ourselves. I'll tell you something. The best setups, they happen when the window, in a time window, okay, where liquidity and inefficiencies meet. When liquidity and inefficiencies meet, the best, that's the best. Whatever time frame you're trading, it does not matter. 5 seconds, 5 years. I don't even give a rat's. The best ones. I'm telling you, it's in the time window. It is short. You got to be on it. Terminus lives in that time range. It is tight. It is small. And it doesn't give room. The most premium prices, the best prices that they offer, they happen in those short windows. And when you miss it, it's gone. That's it. They happen in time windows, folks. Look for any high, any low, whatever. Just look it up. They happen in time windows. That is why IOFED is quick. Immediate rebalance, boom, gone. Yeah. The best. And no second chances. I'm telling you. Yes, listen, like there's a logic that I feel like maybe, maybe the truth is it takes someone to speak an idea out there, and then it gets other people thinking. That's the truth. I could do a whole mentorship on this kind of stuff. Honestly, like I see other people doing mentorship, like the guys who are doing mentorships, and they have like specific strategies and stuff. It would be, anyway, I won't do it, but it would be odd for me to go and out-trade their own strategy. It would be odd for you to, it would be weird, right? Like imagine that. Like I've seen some strategies and I'm like, you're trading this PDRA. That's what you're doing. And you would get better precision and better accuracy rates for you and your students if you added this factor, that factor. Like I do it all the time. Anybody want to do a quick model improv or something? Just do a mic request. Be bold. Be straight. I can prove it to you.
Hey Cap, I'm about to hop off because my phone on 3%. But
all right, bro.
Hey man, y'all please listen to this man. He the GOAT. He the GOAT. Anyways, I'm out. Come up there and really talk to him. He really cool, man. He'll really listen to you and break it down. He not gonna bite. Put it like that. For real.
If you want to improve your model, thanks, bro. Go charge your phone. Yeah, if you want to improve your model, like it's actually something I've been thinking of doing. I wasn't sure, how receptive it would be, but yeah, it's something that I've been kind of thinking. You know what? I wonder if I could do a space and people would just come up and they'll be like, yeah, this is my model. This is what I do. Sometimes I get it right. Sometimes I get it wrong. I don't know why it goes wrong. But you know what? How can you help me improve? But yeah, like the best PD rates, the best strategies, the best entries, the safest risk, the most maximum. I don't believe in risk reward, by the way. Martingale. If you know about martingale strategies, then yeah, they don't care about that. Institutions, the real money, they don't. Smart money doesn't care about that. They don't play like that. But yeah, man, because a lot of people are struggling, and you can tell a lot of people are struggling, folks. A lot of people want to grow, they want better, right? But the real truth, they don't know who to turn to, because they want to turn to people they respect, and maybe it's those people are more comfortable with indicators, but they know their indicator better than anything else. And so these people looking for help, what really happens is they now have to learn a new thing. And the real truth is there's no real information on how to use that real thing. So we use ICT's language to cover up. But really what we're doing is we're doing something else. We're not doing ICT pure. Is it Matthew 5? Let me see. Actually, yeah, I think it's Matthew 5. I got to read it out. Yeah, it is Matthew 5. Matthew 5, verse 8. Yeah, Matthew 5, 8. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. The untrained eye. You got to be pure. You got to get pure. The untrained eye ain't pure, folks. You can't see. You can't see God. You can't see truth. You can't see what's real. You can't see reality in life. A lot of things go wrong in people's lives. A lot of things are going to get tougher. We're just getting started. You've seen all this AI stuff, and folks like, yeah, it's not going to take the jobs. Like, okay, cool. Like, we get it. I'm learning it. I want to build something for myself. We all want to build something for myself, for ourselves. But hey, I'm telling you, when the next 2000, our generations, 2000, or .com bubble, or our generations, 2007, 2008, all that kind of stuff, when that hits, or COVID, but I guess some people were working from home, so it wasn't too bad for some. But when that hits, folks, you're gonna know. All trading courses are gonna go. That business is gonna fly high. Everybody's gonna be looking for who can teach me, anything, man. Because folks are looking for help. Yeah, so yeah, now you definitely want to review your model. You want to see what are the time factors that makes you, when it works, just do a little bit of work on that time. Is it in the closing period? I'll give you an example, right? Just for articulation, all that kind of stuff. Anybody taking anything away from this space? By the way, there's a replay. Sorry, guys. Approve. Yes, please speak. Sorry, I didn't see it. I'm getting used to this thing. I approved Neil and Vance. I'm not sure who went first, so Neil, you want to go first, maybe?
No, you can let Bands go in, man. I just got a package in. I'm opening it right now, so
Okay.
Let Bands go.
Hey, Bands, how you doing?
Is there something you want to talk to me about? I just was joining because you were going to say model help, and I'm always struggling about trying to stick to a model.
Okay, all right. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Shout out to Bands. It's the first person. Thank you for your courage to to take a risk to see if we can improve something. So what's the question?
I kind of just want some backstory. So I've been doing this now for quite a while. I don't know, seriously, probably 3 years, and I've always been watching ICT, and I've always kind of struggled before 2024 in 2023 when he dropped like the you know what I'm talking about, like the regular trading hours, org, first Prezi, relative equal highs, 7 a.m., et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I kind of love this, but it's hard. It's so hard for me because I have so much information. It's hard for me not to take every single trade I see and every single setup I see. And that's where like I really struggle, is just like sitting on my hands, taking that one trade a day. Because I'll have those periods where I'm on fire and I hit 5 3-hour trades in one day, 2 sessions. And then I'll have those days where I can't turn it off and when I'm down, you know? So I've really been trying to like solidify a checklist. Like I'm really trying to make a solid checklist that I have to follow every single time. Like, is there a daily low taken out? Is my drawn liquidity relatively equal? Is it time-based? Does it have something to do with a time-based PD array, like a silver bullet, like a first Prezi, and I'm just like, I don't know, like I've been trying to only look. It's kind of hard from like the 9:50 to 10 o'clock opening range to only look at the 5-minute chart and take entries, just because it's so like quick and volatile. But I've been really trying to stick to like a 5-minute chart, just so I can see the real dealing range better and like see the real liquidity and see the consolidation. So I just stop getting so caught up with these 1-minute charts. And I think it helps when you see that 5-minute displacement SIBI, you see the 5-minute displacement BISI. It's more of a, I don't know, it's more of like, it's like if this, you see the 5 minutes SIBI BISI, it's like, all right, I'm watching, does this hold, does this respect midpoint? It's kind of like a, I don't know, it kind of filters out a lot of stuff because you see a lot of 1-minute displacement. And I think when you just see it and you see the 5-minute, does it return to EQ the range after the displacement? And I'm just like, I'm always struggling trying to just like stick to one thing. Like, do I only try to trade one time of the day, even though I know I can trade PM, I know I can trade final hour macro, I know I can trade London close, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I know I can do all this and I have great success sometimes, but then I can't, it's hard for me to turn it off when we're in a consolidation, when we're in bad trading environments. It's just hard for me to, I'll have those months where I'm like booming and it'll be 3 months long and I'm just like, I can't lose. I'm on fire. And then it's just like, I can't turn it off. And it's hard for me to, I don't know. I'm trying to like give you the idea of what I'm thinking.
No. I think I hear what you're saying. Well, like, so here's the thing, right? Like you already said, you know, you get wins, you know how to trade, all that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't exactly consider you a beginner, kind of, all that kind of stuff. But here's the psychological part. You know the way they say pride comes before the fall? And the reason behind that is this. When you get in a winning streak, it's hard to turn it off. Because the truth is, in the back of our mind, we're already anticipating the loss. If you already knew about a setup that it just works, you trust it, like it just works. It prints every time. You know, when it, you know, like once those sequences, you know, following through, like once it starts and you can see, oh, here we go, we're about to get quote unquote railroad tracks. It's just clear as day. When you start running those, so let's say for example, like for me, what happens to me is like I would look for the 1 hour. So once I get a 1 hour turn, like let's say like early New York, because like I live in Europe, so you know I have the advantage of the time zone. If I know, say for example, that we're gonna get, you know, this quote unquote sequence, like an order block fair value gap, then I already know, say like I'm expecting it to form, you know, from 7 to 10. Then I already know that, okay, look, between, you know, over the next 4 hours, this is the print that I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get a down candle, for example, at 7, and then 8 is gonna be a little, you know, up candle. Sometimes it can be like 2, 3, you know, say 4 or 5 candles, sorry. But that order block, it can take 8 to be like an inside candle or a nothing candle in a sense. And then 9 is where, you know, like 9 to 9:30, I can anticipate, oh, because we've already done liquidity rate, or like we've already gone higher between 9 and 9:30. So now by the time 9:30 opens, you have this gap. So because of that, I can anticipate it coming back to my 7 to 7:30 range, or the 8:30, like all that kind of stuff, right? So when I'm anticipating that, I can anticipate that 9 o'clock candle on the 1 hour to come lower, and then and then 9:30 it's gonna turn, and then at 10 you're gonna get that last candle, say, or at 10 or 11 you're gonna get that candle, and then it's gonna go to whatever target. So that's why I'm trying to encourage people to have. You need a particular sequence that you're comfortable with, and you just stick to that. My problem is when I get that sequence and price goes higher, and then let's say, for example, at 10, at 11 it prints and then it closes, and then at 12 I'm like, oh, we've already hit target at 11, or 12 it does it early, and then we get that reversal. So it's going to give me that order block set up again. So that that's where I might jump in again. But I know by the time it's given me those two, I'm done for the day. Now, what that means is between 7 and 12, that's my shift. I'm in there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. I do. I think I do. I just have to be more selective. I think it's just like my main problem. I need to get off the need to get off the lower time frame charts and look at the.
I'm a lower time frame trader, by the way. 5. Like I use 15 minutes for liquidity, bellwether, all that kind of stuff. But I use it for liquidity, or sometimes I'm looking for the same thing on the 15-minute, just because of volatility or consolidation, distortion, whatnot. So like I know, okay, I'm in a range, I'm just gonna have to be scalping. So you use 15-minute, with lower time, same thing. But the point is, you need a particular setup that allows you that gives you a logic where, or that gives us, this logic where, okay, like I know my shift. Like I think, I think you already know what you're doing. Psychologically speaking, maybe you're just too good for school, man.
The problem with me is when I see the 15-minute looks like shit, I go, all right, probably should close my computer right now, but let me drop to the freaking 1 minute and do something. Like I always try to get something every day, and that's like, it's so hard for me to just like turn it off.
Yeah, if you're getting choked up in 15 minutes where it's like, it just looks rubbish, then now, like, look, if you were a beginner, I'll tell you, just like leave it out, let the consolidation go, all that volatility, blah, 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 let it go, because what you're going to be caught in is speed of delivery. When price is just too fast, it's going up and down, up and down, up and down. I think we got that on Friday or Thursday or something.
Friday.
Yeah. Like, it's just going to be doing that. And sometimes you even get it on the 5-minute, where it's just going up and it just wicks. That's when you're caught up in speed of delivery. Like I know, anyway. Yeah. So, some people ask questions, but yeah, I think, sometimes maybe ICT maybe he doesn't hear the question sometimes, but yeah, like speed of delivery is a whole concept, and you have to break it down. And that way we can also know because think about it, on the price side of things, in a way it can be set. On the time side of them, we already know the times. Like the times don't change. You already know silver bullet, you already know launch, you already know, like 7 to 10, 10 to 2, 10 to 12, or 12 noon New York, and then noon to, and then the sequence starts. So for me, like that's how I think. So I'm comfortable with that. But when you're getting chopped up, unless you're getting chopped in a big range, like, let's say like one of those, like it goes up 80 handles and comes down 80 handles and goes up another 70 or 90 or something. Like those kind of chops, you just go on a lower time frame. Now, if you're not comfortable with that, then that's not your shift. Just let it go. Let that liquidity cook. because that's what you want anyway. That's what we want anyway. So I know, like, even sometimes I see like the experts, I appreciate, I'm seeing an index trader, Andrew, says, I struggle with similar. The way I've been fighting it is lowering my expectation for targets. First pressure for me has been 15 handles instead of more. Yeah. Shout out to index trader Andrew there. Honestly, there's a trader that I know, and this is what he does. 10 handles for 10. Like, we literally call it 10 for 10. 10 for 10. Boom, 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 boom. Lower time frame. Some people are so, like, think about it, right? Some people are not comfortable with, and again, if you're here in the, in this space and you're the same, like, just think about it. Some people don't like losing. They're comfortable with small risk. Initially it's like, like they aim profit like 15, 20, say 30 handles. And they're like, they're afraid. So that's why ICT, came up with the 37 handle stuff. Can you get a range that gives you more than 37 handles? Let's say a range gives you 50 handles. You've measured it. You've measured your possible, like, ultra, possible profit range. And it gives you 50 handles. Well, why not do 37? 37 will be around your 70%. That's your OTE reversal target.
Yeah, I would love to quickly add, I've been trying to just like close my position at the 75% at the OTE instead of going to Terminus, and that's been like a game changer for me too. Instead of just, even if it does go to my full TP, I'll get stopped at break even in 50% of the range when I could have just took it off at the OTE.
Yes, exactly. Get paid, bro. Get paid. Get paid. Even the Bible speaks against greed. Like even Jesus said, seek first the kingdom of God, and all these things will be added on to you. Just, take your daily wage. Take what's yours for the day and go give to the master. Hey, listen, you give me 5 talents this day, today, I brought back 5. I'm telling you, like, there are people that I'm in contact with, and they're not comfortable with taking a risk. Like, they don't like those big stop loss ranges, guys. So guess what? All right, we do 10 for 10. You risk 10 to make 10. But you need a great PD array. You need a good PD array. You need a PD array that is high probability. You need a sequence that works. And you only trade when that sequence prints from the get. Remember, right? Think about it this way. If you have a model and you like to, let's say, let's just say you have a model, let's say 2022. Where are you entering? Your 2022 already formed. Like, you're entering on the right side. In terms of time, you are entering way past the formation. Just think about it, because your 2022 accumulation stage, that's already open. It's already done the accumulation. So let's say, market maker sell model, it's already accumulated. It's already gone up. So let's say it's a macro market maker sell model, because I know that's the one, maybe some people are looking for. You have 950. You have 20 candles on the 1 minute. 20 candles, okay? You have 950, 951, 952, maybe 953. It accumulates within those 4 candles. And then it goes higher and seeks. Seeks the high, it goes higher, it closes, it gives you like a little time, and it closes. And on the higher time frame, whatever your higher time frame is, it just looks like, it could look like a strong body close, or it could look like just like a tiny wick, just a little thing. And then the next candle opens, so this is now, the 0-0 part. Now you're at the 50% mark of the formation. It hasn't formed yet, but this is the formation. and then you have the 000102, all right, and maybe maximum 03. Within that time range, it's just gonna do like, a little prickly thing, and then you get your turn. And now you have 7 minutes left. 7, 6, yeah, 7 minutes left. You have 7 candles left. You have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 6 candles. 6 candles left. In that 6 candles, depending on where it's at, because of what it's already done at the 00102, you could get that, that turn you're looking for. You will find that what happens between your 56, 57, 58, maybe 59, you will find it's going to use that as reversal in the 0010203.
Are you dropping macro PO3 right now? Is that what you're saying?
Sorry?
Are you saying macro PO3, like the PO3 cycle within a macro time?
Yeah, you could put it that way. But I'm breaking it down in terms of time, like in terms of how to time it. And not just, macro, power 3, but really what we're talking about is more like when you get a reversal in the macro. So some people, like the reason why some people don't like the macros is because they're anticipating reversals. But your macro reversal is basically the closing phase of your previous hour of your initial hourly candle, your end phase. So what you're doing is you're merging your Friday with your Monday. But it's that specific formation where it gives you a reversal. So it's the things that happen on Friday. So we're talking New York, post New York. So post 7 a.m. Friday, all the way into, say 12 noon New York on the Monday. That time range is the same idea. But it is only fitting in the case where you're getting a reversal macro, because it doesn't always give that. Sometimes it gives you consolidation, sometimes it gives you continuation. But if you understand, the time window, the macro, but it's just about time. In this time window, I can see my setup is about to form. You can start reading for that, because by the time it creates and it forms, all that sequence, it's going to look to you like you're the one designing it. Like you're the one painting, like you're the market maker. Does that make sense to anyone here? Sorry, Neil, you can go ahead, please.
Joe, what's up, man?
What it do? The cold break. Cold break, bro.
That was crazy.
It was wild.
I fell down that rabbit hole myself because because it is a nested 5 Fibonacci sequence is what it is. If you look it up, that's what his logo is. It's a nested Fibonacci sequence. And so you have all these profiles. Yeah, 5, like PHI, like the Greek letter phi.
Can I quickly say something?
Maybe.
There was nothing to do with 369, right, in his logo? Because I wasn't there for that, and I just want to make sure.
No, nothing. It has nothing to do with trading whatsoever.
All right.
Go ahead, Neil.
So, but and there's profiles out here that have been like, I deciphered ICT's logo. It's the secret to the time sequence and this and that. And it really dawned on me when he started doing his Berean study work, when he started sharing his Bible studies. And he starts, because look, I really love the way that he goes about that. Because when you get into, because some of the problems we face, especially in that arena in dealing with faith and religion, is that you have these institutions that are built on the premise of control rather than freedom. Because that's what we strive for, is freedom. But they operate under control, and you have these, God loves. If you're rich, that shows you that God loves you. No, not at all. It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven. So how can you explain that to me? How can you tell me that God loves me more if I have wealth in my life? How can you justify that as being equated to favor from God?
Preach, bro.
Show me a rich man in the Bible. Show me a rich man in the Bible. Point to me where it's all backwards. So when he just started doing his Berean study work, and I was like, okay, so, and I had seen that image a long time ago, and I was like, I bet that's what it is. But it's a you just can't ask him, like, look, hey, is this where your logo came from? Because it's been wrapped in so much mystique, for so long, that it's, and also, apart from being able, like, I'm not a charter member, so I didn't have the ability to really get pushed to where anything I said would come across his feed. So him opening up to it, like, going back to, I've only caught the cliff notes of his space the other day, but like him admitting that and him talking through his space the other day, it's like he is like weeding the garden this year. You know what I'm saying? Like he's coming out and being like, look, we pulling weeds this year, and because he's looking for real growth
Yes.
within the people inside the community.
Yes.
So, but him coming through with that I was just like, okay, well, that's what's up. Like I'm glad to finally put that to bed, because that's been a huge, like, draw for fakes in this space. Like preying on people who might be struggling to grasp the concepts and are just looking for that quick, easy, here's this thing, this secret that you can use and you can time to market with it and do all these perfect things, instead of putting in the work and doing your due diligence to gain your prosperity that way. Here's a secret trap door that you can jump down, and you're just going to find yourself in the perfect location. So I'm glad that deaded all that, man, because that's been a real, cancer in the space, especially with ICT, because, with how, like you say, like precision, like how precise it is, how direct, and like how well you can use it. And when you start using it well, how it operates inside the system that we trade in, it lends itself to being like there's got to be some secret. And I mean, he's done it. Part of that is his fault, because he's like, there's secrets I'll never tell you, and so it's like, well, I'm sure it's hidden in his logo, and whatever. So I'm just glad that's dead. Like and I'm just glad that is dead and gone. But yeah, man, when he said it, I immediately thought of you, because I was like, I know Cap is like screaming, probably stood up and threw both hands up, like, this is what's up,
bro. Last night, so this is literally what I was like. Right? I'm listening to this, space on the phone, and I could tell, the kid was about to end it, right? So, obviously, we were waiting on you, and when you were going, and then you just left it at that. And then when you came up with that at the end, and then he said, bro, I literally threw my phone up and landed on my chair. And I was like, I told y'all.
Yeah.
I was just repeating. My wife was like, yo, relax. Like, what are you talking about? I was like, I swear, man, because I've been digging. No, like, listen, it was, bro, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. I don't know if you saw my car. I was like, Neil, I was literally screaming that. In person, by the way.
Yeah.
I was like, that's my man. Yes. He got him. He got him good. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah. And
Very good.
it just, yeah, man, it was, and I don't know, it's just crazy, because I was having real problems even trying to get into the space, man. It wouldn't, like, every time I did, like, I couldn't hear anybody talking or whatever. But it is what it is, man.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, man. It's great. I think it's more like a, like a testament to the direction that this year is going to take, man. Like it's just weeding out the fakes and the phonies, man, and you know, getting back to the essentials of what it should be. But you know, I want to ask you, man, and
I
we've
know.
got, this ain't
I know you have
this ain't
questions. I know you have questions. Oh, by the way, to whoever's listening, so Twitter, they decided to put a passcode on the DMs, and I don't like that kind of stuff. So that's just why. So in case anybody is being tried, it's like, just drop a comment, like make it public. I'm not like, we ain't got nothing to hide. The same good stuff that I give is the same good stuff that I give. So, but yeah, sorry, go ahead, go on. Let's go.
so
Let's do it.
so all right. So you mentioned to me that fill, right? That fill
Filler.
gap. Yeah, the filler, right?
God.
So all right, and so I'm gonna back up. In the previous space when I had the last time I was able to talk with Michael, I asked him about um redelivering to a higher time frame order
Yeah.
block, because that's part of what I do is I look for on a higher time frame, where did the reaction come from? Where did it
Yeah.
start? Where did the elephant jump in the pool at? So I'll go back there and I'll go into, like a lower time frame, not necessarily the 1 minute, but another time frame, and I'm like, okay, so where did it originate? Here. And so then I'll mark that area out and I'm like, so I set my boundaries on my chart. So I got one in the premium, I got one at a discount, or wicks and bodies. So, and I'm like, if it comes down here, I want to see a reaction in this area of price. This is where I would look for a reversal to happen. If price is going to come down here, this is where I would expect for either a continuation or a
But
reversal.
you've been
Either it's
plotting it,
going
right?
to. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So that's like, I have been looking, and this is something that goes towards what Bands was saying, was for the longest time, we have so many tools that we can use. So like there's so much content for you to capitalize on that you start. I had a big problem where I'm like, I'm not sitting on my hands waiting for what I really need to be waiting for. I'm like, oh, this is an opportunity for me to use this tool, and I'll jump in on the trade. And it might work, it might not work. And like, I was getting like to the point to where I'm like, this is causing me to have to make all these decisions throughout the day because I'm constantly watching
Mm.
price and I'm trying to equate what it's doing to something I can capitalize on. And instead, because I watched the video and it talked about the neurological side of trading.
Mm.
And what it is that we always talk about discipline. We always talk about controlling our emotions. We always talk about these psychological aspects of trading. Getting upset when a trade goes against you, and all this stuff. And that's because there are two systems that you can operate out of. You have system one, which is, and I've talked about this before, it's your amygdala and your prefrontal cortex. And that's where, like, your amygdala is when you first start trading, and when a trade goes against you, you're in fight or flight mode. You're immediately stressed over the whole situation, and it's just like you can't handle it. And then you get to the point to where you graduate out of that, and you start trading from your prefrontal cortex, and that's where you can start overriding the amygdala and be like, no, we're gonna start executing patience. We're gonna start executing emotional control. We're gonna start overriding the amygdala, because that's what the prefrontal cortex is to override the amygdala. So then we start doing that, but when we start operating out of that system is highly resource intensive, so it runs into decision fatigue. So that's why after the first couple hours of trading, your decisions aren't that great. Your 30th 40th trade, or however many trades you take in the hours that you're sitting here watching the market, that's not going to be the best decision you made in a day, because you've already depleted the resources that you need to continue making good decisions. So what you do is that you move to the next area to the process, to the next area of process, which is based out of your, which is comes from your basal ganglia, and that's the part of your brain you use to ride a bike. That's the part of your brain that takes over when you phase out while you're driving. It's the thing that takes over whenever you've done something so many times that you don't have to have the executive processes, active to do it. It's just automatic. It's that autopilot area of your brain. And you can get to that through trading, by doing the exact same thing every single time you do it. And so when you get to that area of your brain, whenever you're operating there, you don't have to worry about emotions. You don't have to worry about patience. You don't have to worry about any of the other things, because you're operating in a system that doesn't demand those aspects. You just have done it so many times that it is automatic. It's like I was talking to Lord Samurai, and I'm like, the other day I really didn't want to trade. I had some stuff going on, but I had marked my chart. I had time before the day started to mark my chart out, mark my levels out. Even though I was going to be indisposed during peak, during the time that I would like to typically execute my trades. I went ahead and marked it out because that's what I'm going to do. But I had a moment. I think it was like I had to go run some errands or something in the morning. Oh, I had to go drop my dog off at the vet to get her fixed. So I had just dropped her off and I got back in the car and I'm like, I'm just curious what the market's doing. Pull the market up on my phone, which was something that I don't typically try to trade from my phone, but price was in the area that I was looking for. It was in the area at the time that I typically would like to take a trade, because I'm looking for that change of hands. I'm looking for that transfer of custodial control of price from a previous order block. So if I'm trading up into an order block, I'm looking for that macro time to give me the signal that it's taking over and we're going to, reverse and go the other way. And so I'm right price, right time. I've got the chart in front of me, and I'm like, I'm bidding it. I'm taking this trade. Not solely, strictly because I have to put in the reps. I have to put in the reps to make this automatic, because if it's there, if it's the right time, if it's the right price, I'm bidding it automatically. That is the new rule. I don't care about nothing else other than does it satisfy the conditions? Is it an executable process? If it checks the boxes for my executable process, I'm bidding it. And that's kind of what I've been trying to do. And I'm not perfect, because the other day on Thursday I was hot mic'd and was losing my shit because I kept trying to short the market on Thursday from the top, I'm my orders aren't getting filled. I'm getting left. So I'm like, all right, I'm watching them, because when it gets to these levels, I drop to the ultra low time frame, like 15 seconds, because I'm trying to get the best entry for the least amount of risk possible and still feel like my entry would be safe. So I'm watching these candles print and I'm like, okay, so I think now, so it's already, the way it's moving, I think right now would be a good bid. So I press the button and my order hit the market, but it hits it just a second or two too late and price is already left. And I'm like, dang it. I'm just like one step behind it. And it really set me off. I had a really rough morning Thursday morning because of that. Because then I started, getting into these old systems that I used to, you work your way out of while you're still in your, system one. You're working your way through it to try and conquer your, all these negative aspects that you bring to the market. And so I started going back to my default settings, and I'm like, okay. And then me realizing I was hot mic'd broke me out of it, because I'm like, oh shit, like, damn, I've been showing my ass for like the past hour in here. And now I feel like I'm embarrassed, bro. Like, because, it's just embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, you strive so hard to be, because I have all week, great week, like minimal executions, really good timing on the market. Everything's been playing out perfectly. And then so I'm coming into Thursday with this hubris that I'm so good at the market. I'm so good at trading this week. I'm reading the market perfectly. I'm having all these great things that I allow this hubris to take over. And Thursday morning, when it starts not going my way, then I'm starting to show my ass. And I'm not, luckily, it was in front of people that I really didn't want to hear anything like that. But, take that as it is. But it's like, okay, you know what? Like it really brought me back to it. Like, this is something that I'm not going to let happen again. And it's not that I'm going to make sure my mic is muted. It's just that, like, this is a reminder of how quick and easy it is for you to fall out of the wagon. You know what I'm saying? You can fall out of it real easy. You're just one step away from it. Like, you have been in the wagon for a long time, but it's just like an alcoholic. You just one drink away from becoming an alcoholic again. You're always going to be alcoholic, but you're just one drink away from falling right back to where you were. And it's the same thing with trading. You're just one away from falling back to these bad habits. And it's the, whatever it is that breaks you out of that breaks that fog, lifts the fog from you. Like, wait, hold on a second. For me, it was like, holy shit, my mic's on this whole time. Man, I really ain't mean, So, I don't even know what I was talking about, bro. I done started rambling, but anyway, getting back to my original thing, fillers. All right, so I'm trading into an old filler, right? Because we know wicks are gaps. We've been told that for however long, right?
Uh-huh.
So we should be trading wicks as inefficiencies. So I like to look inside of these wicks on a higher time frame and find, say, like the order block that caused the reaction in the opposite direction, so that if we revisit it, maybe use it as an inversion level, stuff like that. But I want you to you remember that chart shot you showed me, and you showed me those 3 hours, and you was like, this is what I'm looking at here.
Yeah.
What was it about those 3 wicks that made you choose those? That's my question.
The 3 wicks.
It was on the hourly chart.
Yeah.
And you was like, these 3 here. You was like, here, grade these 3.
Yeah.
Boom, shot it across, and so they price initially went below them and then went back up through them and used them as an inversion level. And I'm like, how did he know those 3? And that's my question.
So was this the one from Tuesday or Thursday?
No, bro, this was like a while back.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So you're talking about something.
It was in that it was when me and you was talking on the phone.
Yeah. Okay. So I can't remember what data specifically that was, but
yeah, I can't either, man. It was a Sunday, I know that, but he was looking back in the book. I guess the question would be how, if I'm using that, because this is something that I'm like, this is really something I could implement in my own, what I already do.
Like, listen, like, I love fillers. I don't. You're right about gatekeep. This is one of gatekeeping, bro. Okay. Well.
So how deep are we in this space?
Oh, this is like I don't even know. I think I started at 5. So 5 my time, so that'll be noon, New York time.
So we're an hour and a half deep. We're an hour and a half deep, man.
Yeah,
2:30 New York time.
2.5 hours for sure, to be exact.
Okay.
So for those who are watching, you can just skip. Nah, don't skip. Don't skip. Like, just don't
yeah, don't be posting no time markers in the chat neither.
Okay, so fellas, bro. All right, let me just basically talk about this week. So remember, this week we were at PP Bank Space, and afterwards I was saying, I think I posted, I can't even remember when, but anyway, I was saying that you should take the closing price. If you're on the chart right now, anyone, like whoever's listening, go on your 1 hour chart, NQH, 2026, and you just get a clean, clean chart, that kind of stuff. And get your quadrants so that you 0, 1, 0 to 1, you're 25, 50, 75. Anyway, you get the close of Friday's price and the open of Tuesday. And then you extend it. And I said, get this price, that price, this time, blah, 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 extend it. So it's infinitely on the right side of the chart. And then we had Tuesday. We came lower, we came higher.
Hey, what'd you just say? Tuesday open, Friday close?
Friday closed. Not yesterday, the previous week closed. So Friday's closing price. So basically it's the end wall in a sense. But because we had a holiday on Monday, I don't consider that a true day, a real day. You will also see this proof on your daily chart. You will find that your Tuesday open doesn't match on the 1 hour. That's also something you're going to see. It's not the same price, but it's just, and apart from that, the Tuesday open, the Tuesday candle, it was on Monday, it was already saying Tuesday on the daily candle. It was already saying Tuesday. So Tuesday already opened Sunday night. It was weird. But anyway, yeah, you get those kind of things, a holiday, it's just holiday, that's all. So I said, get the closing price of Friday last week, and then the Tuesday opening price on the 1 hour time frame.
Are you saying 12 a.m. open or 6 p.m.?
No, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. So you get those prices, you get those two specific prices, and you get the quadrants of those, and you extend them to the right. And then we closed, but we came lower. We did the exact same thing I was describing earlier today about coming lower, and then on a higher time frame, you see that that kind of stuff. And then we closed above, and then we came lower, and we closed inside the quadrant. And then we gapped open. We gapped open higher. It wasn't just any kind of, like a note. We gapped open at 6 p.m. There's a difference between a gap open higher and a gap open lower. So it doesn't matter whatever price does afterwards. When price closes, so say for example, on Tuesday, we closed, and then right at the very open of Wednesday's data, Tuesday, 6 p.m., we gapped up open. It gives you clues. It gives you clues. Yes, it's a end dog or whatever you want to call it, but those two discrepancies, that inefficiency right there, it gives you clues. And then we had and then we opened, we came lower, and then I think around 7 or something, I was talking to Leak actually, and I said to him to pay attention to 24,650. So mind you, this is my nighttime. So this is 7 p.m. New York is midnight, my nighttime. And I said to him to pay attention to 24,650. And then I said, when I wake up, so this is 2 a.m. My time, I'm gonna look at how they deliver pricing. If they don't go to 24,650, it's confirmation that we're going the other side. I literally texted him that. You can DM him, tell him to screenshot the Telegram, and you can send you proof. It's in there. The idea is the low of 1 o'clock. So if you look at Tuesday, 1 p.m., you see that low? If they don't hit that price, we're going higher. We're bullish for Wednesday. It's as simple as that. So remember what I said about nullification or nullify all that logic. And then remember when you have a specific PD array And if it doesn't hit, it's confirmation we're going opposite side. As long as the enemy cannot touch the precious child, it's gonna be resisted. Literally, it's just like that. So I woke up at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Well, actually, I woke up a bit later. But anyway, at 2 a.m., we already had a bullish rally. We're back above the quadrant, right? We go and we take liquidity. So by the time I woke up, we already took liquidity anyway, right? So I was like, oh, well, if I'm bullish, remember, I want to see liquidity rate. We get the rate at 9. We took London's low at 2 a.m. We come into the order block. You see the opening at 6 p.m., that order block there. We come into that range, into the quadrant, the NWOG or implied NWOG, whatever you want to call it. And then we rally. It was just sweet. It was beautiful. Like I've posted I've explained this over and over so many times. This is how you put it together. And then we rally. We have noon close. If you look at where we rallied to, we rallied into a CB on the left from previous week. So previous Thursday, that's where we went to. Everybody was bullish on Wednesday. Everyone. It doesn't matter what you trade. Everyone was bullish. It was just clear as day. Like liquidity was so set from the previous week. Like you just had to be bullish. On Thursday, and then we came lower. We came lower and then we closed on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, I posted, you want to get Tuesday's high, and then you want to get the 7 p.m. on Wednesday. So 7 p.m. for Thursday's data. You get the 7 p.m. on Wednesday. You get that low. And I said, extend it. The idea is if we're going lower, again, so now notice the time, 7 p.m. I go to bed because that's midnight my time. So 7 p.m. New York, midnight my time. I go to bed. I want to see what did Asia do? What's London intending to do? Man's got to sleep. By the time I wake up, boom, we already cooked liquidity, went into the bearish order block, all that area there. And again, we turned. That's it. And then we come back into, now we can service that quote unquote implied, I don't know, that high from Tuesday to Wednesday, 7 p.m. low. And I said, get the quadrant. Well, there you go. But we're in deep premium. By the way, the other thing you want to do is once you had that kind of leg, like Tuesday all the way to Wednesday high, why don't you just get that range? Just get the whole range from high to 10 p.m. 10 a.m. low. Get the range. Get your quadrant, get whatever you like, or your OTE. You get that. That's going to set you up for Thursday. How does Thursday want to play? It's got to cook. We've already hit deep premium in electronic hours, which ain't real, by the way. We've already hit that. We come deep lower, we come lower, we take a liquidity, and guess where we come back? Back to the NWOG or implied NWOG. Look at 9. Look at 9 a.m. Gee, I'm losing my words. Yeah, look at 9 a.m. Look at that low. Now look at 9 a.m. low with 9 a.m. from previous day. You see those two lows? That's what ICT was saying. Remember, you asked that question, didn't you, Hill? When certain PD arrays print at the same time as previous day.
Yeah.
Ooh, when he said
that's another
when he said they're very strong, I was like, ooh. Anyway, yeah, so right there and then, 9 o'clock from previous day, 9 o'clock the next day, same time. Now I get it, they use the openings and all that kind of stuff, but the same operation to cook liquidity. If they're setting it up at the same times, what are they trying to tell you? OTE, baby. This is looking like OTE. But at the same time, we got to get rid of that NWOG because it's a weekly PDRA. It's too strong. It's, like we've gone through it, and now it's just like, now we just have to, like respect it. So don't be surprised if in PM, Thursday, they're going to just breach that statistical low. Right? And then they're just going to breach it. It's just a breach. It's still inside our inefficiency. We got to respect it. But now it's created proper lows. It's created, a PM low for Thursday. And now it's also going into Asia. That order block from Tuesday for Wednesday's data, for Wednesday trading, all that range. Yeah, now we can say we have equal lows. And then we go higher again. Then it gives you a consolidation in the day. Maybe that's where some people are getting chopped up, which is fine. Like, listen, if you're getting chopped up, just go into a lower time frame and just scalp. Just do 10 for 10. Just do 15 handles, 20 handles. Don't get greedy. Like, it's just on the lower time frame. The same setups will form. It's fractal. That's what real fractal is. It's just volatility. Lower range sides. And that they're just giving us less room for price to deliver. It's still the same thing. Anyway, yeah, so, that was Thursday price action. Again, I'm looking at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. open, boom, we already have an order block. We have the last hour of Thursday, the first hour of Friday gives us an order block. I'm not wasting my time. I already have my implied fair value gap, daily fair value gap above. If you get, if you're looking at that high from 2 p.m. on Tuesday to the low of Wednesday, 7 p.m., which is Thursday's there, we already have all of that. This is Friday now. I'm not messing with that. We're bullish. We're in a range, but pay attention to the levels that it's respecting. I'm posting placeholders, support resistance zones, or whatever we want to call it. Price is going to respect those, but that's where the real volumes are, real liquidity. The places where the market makers or whoever they call themselves, the places where they're really going to be swapping, they're going to be exchanging hands. All that, positioning, rotation, that's where it's at. Because for them, it's an opportunity for them to rotate. All that rotation stuff is an opportunity for them. In the meantime, the algorithm is setting the value for that time, for that day, for that session. Because all it takes is just one contract for this thing to register activity, exchange of hand on the chart. So never mind, God knows how much they're exchanging all the time. So that's what you get. But by the time I wake up, by the time, London is getting into the office and all that stuff, 2 a.m., what do you have? You have relative equal highs. That's beautiful. So now what you got is you have equal lows and you have equal highs. Well, which one gets breached first? Do you remember when I posted about measuring gas, create, seek, and destroy? Well, there you go. There's your sweep. There's your sweep. What am I saying? There's your sweep and destroy, seek and destroy. Is there a fair value gap in the middle there? You see the 7. You see the 7 p.m. If you like, you might have to extend your chart. But if you look at 7 p.m. Thursday, that second candle for Friday's data, you see the fair value out there? It's a little tiny, but it's what it is, isn't it? Anyway, but also because of the consecutive candles, you can regard it. And if you look left, like you can just see like that's the range. Like we're just in that area. We're doing nothing. Like it's just doing nothing. So if you know you have a range, the first thing you're thinking of is where do they breach first? They breach your relative equal highs first. Take the order block from Thursday, which is your 1 a.m. and midnight from Thursday, and then it drops. Boom. That's the beginning. Notice the time. That's the beginning of that, the left side and the railroad, if you want to use a higher time frame, that kind of logic, that's the beginning of your order block. We're going to go down first. We're going to take liquidity. Boom. And then remember, I still have my 24, like it's in the picture, by the way, in case people didn't see it. I left it there on purpose, 24,650. And then suddenly, somehow, it turns out, Donald Trump, the Supreme Court, they said, the thing about the tariffs, like at the time, and then we started getting all that volatility and, price was just doing crazy stuff. Well, guess what, yo? Look at where they're doing it. They just take it real fast. Boom. It doesn't touch my quote unquote 24,650.00. And then it gives you an order block, the other side. Where is it going to go? High, 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 high. Your trend line phantom, all those things. Well, now we can rate it. Look, man, I don't know what else to say to people, but yeah, it is what it is. And you can look for it. If you look at the 4 p.m. on Thursday, I want you to see how, if you extend it 4 p.m. on Thursday, I want you to look at the low of 10 a.m. on Friday. If you look at, if you combine 11 a.m. and 12 noon on Thursday, I want you to look at 12 noon on Friday. But I just want you to pay attention to those two specific zones. That's all. Think it's a coincidence? Those zones were extended days before. Days before, time before. On the 1 hour chart, there's no way you can anticipate like this side of the chart. Unless it's controlled. It's OTE. One shot, one kill. So what do you expect? You expect the range to build. They build it early. Early, by the way. They give you the leg, and then they let it cook for a while. And then once it's cooked, you get the raid, and you get the reverse. Open, cook, raid, reverse. I posted this again. So do you want to tell me that I knew how high probability the day the week was going to form? Go look at it on the daily candle, on the daily chart. We only have 4 candles to print. Where are we in the range? The deepest discount. Look left. Do you see that volume imbalance on the daily? Extend it. You see the order block that we went through and then immediately, that immediate feedback, loony. Do you see it? The immediate rebalance, that order block. That's not just any ordinary order block. You're in deep discount. It's strong support. You're anticipating the price is going to go higher. It's going to, go back to the daily inefficiency. Actually, let me go to the chart because I'm just speaking from memory. Yeah, like look at it. If you look at 21 November close and 24 November open, end wall. That's all you got to do. Extend that gap. You see the 5th of February order block, 5th and 6th of February, Thursday and Friday. Boom. You see the suspension block, the close of Wednesday and the open of Friday, open of Thursday, that candle, that order block we're talking about, extend it. Do you see the other suspension block? All that range, that's your range. That's your high. That's your premium price. We're in deep discount. If you really want to see where Tuesday low went to, go into the lower time frame on Friday. And so you can see where that low actually went to. So 1 hour, 15 minute, whatever floats your boat. But the point is, we know we only have 4 candles to deal with. If we're getting price to go higher, at least we already had a SIBI to target. But if that gives you the range, now comes Neil's filler. You see the low of Wednesday? You see the breach? Just tags it and then bow. Friday, baby. And guess where it went to? It went into the premium filler. Anyway. Yeah, so we took a Wednesday's high, we went into Friday, 6th of February close, and that was all she wrote, folks. So yeah, by the time Tuesday and Wednesday, Tuesday and Wednesday would give you, if they do it early like that, you can anticipate it. You can anticipate.
You were making me work there.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I was just I just wanted to make sure I explained it properly. Does that even make any sense? Does that make sense to anyone?
Yeah, I'm following.
Neil, did I answer you?
Yo, run up. Yeah, run that last part back, man. I had to.
Okay, so if you get the low of Wednesday, and get the high of Wednesday. We breach that high. Actually, we breach the low first. So we take previous 2 candles low. Yep. So, low, lower low. We breach those 2 lows. So Wednesday low, Thursday low on the daily candle. So that's liquidity raid into the wick, into Tuesday's wick. If you get the quadrant, anyway, yeah, so if you get a quarter of that discount wick of Tuesday, there you go. So we take those lows and then we turn. And then we aim for, so you'd be targeting those highs, right? Because it's high and higher high. It's high and lower high. So we have Thursday a lower high in comparison to Wednesday's high. That trend line kind of stuff. It's a liquidity rate. But where is it going to target? It's going to target inefficiency there. The gap, which is another NWOG. So who wants to be fighting NWOG to NWOG? It ain't me. I ain't doing it. I'm just going to aim for it. It's going to be done. And then you're back into scalping mode. I think maybe that's what Bands is saying. But again, to each their own. I don't want to encourage, we can do this thing all day. I know that's what ICT, tries to, he doesn't want to preach that. He says the students can. So, but I think he's leaving that autonomy to students who want to be able to do that. But the point is, that was your range for the whole week. And all you got to do is just dance within. No? Anyone want to come up?
I was watching Tuesday's 12 p.m. down close candle on the hourly chart all week.
Tuesday. What time?
12 p.m. hourly.
12 p.m. The discount wick?
I was just watching that whole candle.
Did you grade it?
Yeah.
What did you get? What was it? What was
Sorry,
the
what are you saying? What do you
what,
like the level? What are you saying?
yeah, that so that noon low, that noon hours low, I I'm getting 24675.25.
Well, I'm actually graded. I have it graded like a almost like a breaker. So I don't have the down close wick. I just have it to the
Or to
to the
the
body
or
to the
to the
body close and then to the highest high.
yeah. So if you look at it, you just have the buddies that are graded.
I have the close and then I have the highest high. So I don't have the
Oh, okay,
lowest low, but I have the
okay.
high. I'm treating it almost like a breaker.
Yeah. Now I get what you mean. But yeah, like we did hit,
Okay.
we did hit. If you look at 4 a.m. Tuesday, liquidity rating to the breaker, and then boom.
So what I was looking at Friday.
Yeah.
Last Wednesday, 211, that 10 o'clock candle on the hourly, right?
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
That's what I was looking at, because we had one pass, so that's that huge hourly wick.
Yeah.
All right. So we got down to, let me get rid of this one right here. So
24.
until we passed back, until we passed back down through it, price essentially stayed at consequent encroachment, right? Come back down at lunch, hit consequent encroachment, and then rallied up until Thursday morning at the open.
Yeah.
And we dumped straight through it.
Uh-huh.
All right. So I'll mark that out. And so then I'll go down to, we'll just say like the 15 minute, right? Go down to the 15 minute, you scroll back over to that hourly, and you've got that last down close, the 10:15 candle. All right. So then you take and put a grade on that, and you scroll back over, and you see on Wednesday, if you grade the entire range of that 15-minute candle Wednesday, we got that double top right at mean threshold of that candle. Right. So that's one. And so Thursday, at 3:15 on the 15-minute, we try to reach up to the low of it, but couldn't. Sold off and then consolidated for the rest of the day until Friday. We go into Tuesday's daily wick, upper quadrant of that daily wick, and fill that up, right? And rally into, again, fail to get across mean threshold of that 10:15 from last week. And you see it just keeps stabbing up into it, 1, 2, 3, and each consecutive stab is just a little bit lower. Just the first one, the actual on the 15-minute, that high is mean threshold of that 15-minute candle. And then the next candle opens, soups the previous candle, sells off. And then we come back up and just barely peek across mean threshold, sell back off again. And the next one couldn't even come up to mean threshold of it. And we ended the day in the lower quadrant of that 15-minute candle from last week's 10:15, last Wednesday's 10:15, 211, 10:15. So like that's what, but see, like when you talk to me about fills, I'm like, okay, all right. So what? Because I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of looking around on this and see how I can fit this into what I'm doing, and what would make price gravitate to certain areas. Now, granted, this exists. This level exists inside of New Week Opening Gap. So you have another layer of,
Exactly.
we'll just say, magnetism.
Yes.
So that's so that's why I was looking at, like, okay, so that's why on I forget, there was that Wednesday I was looking for Wednesday I was looking for the sell, and like I had been selling out of that. I sold out of that level Wednesday, and I took shorts out of it on Friday, because to me, if I'm if it's coming up to that level, then I should be. Well, I actually longed up to it, and then once it reached it, I closed that and I started looking for shorts on Friday. And I think I took like one right there at that 11 o'clock. But to me, if we're going to continue higher, then we need to start pressing. And what I'll just use the term like get above mean threshold and then start using that to go higher. And that's kind of the way I use these, you know, quote unquote order block levels is like this was a bullish order block previously, you know.
Yeah.
You could, I guess you might qualify, but now it's using it as an inversion level. But I was just looking to see, you know, on this higher time frame, like on an hourly, if I'm looking for these fill gaps to get visited, like which ones should I be looking at as like a potential draw. Okay, we'll call it a potential draw on price to revisit to.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, because
Yeah, so
it's just like, you know, you have these potential targets.
the idea is this, right? Gaps, they like to fill. The reason, and yeah, actually, you know what, I did forget earlier. So this is the other part of speed of delivery. The reason I believe the wicks are gaps is because of too fast. Price went down and it went back up too quick. It's almost like it did nothing. That's why it's an inefficiency for me. Because the price is in there. If you go to the lower time frame, you see bodies all through those wicks. But because of, you know, on this, so we're talking about 1 hour. That wick you're talking about, the 10, you know, say for example, is it 10? No, sorry, 9. Or were you talking about? Yeah, the 9 a.m. on Thursday. If you go into the lower time frame, you will find bodies all over them, all inside those wicks. But the reason why wicks are gaps is because of speed. If it's too fast, it's inefficient. If it's too slow, you get all kinds of bodies in the same range. It has to be optimal speed. That's why an order block is perfect, because it goes down for 1 hour and then immediately rebalances the next. Perfect. It's because of the speed. It's too fast. So it's the same logic. You know, think about speed of delivery. I'm just giving everything in one space, man. I should have broken it down for a year so I have content, right? But anyway, yeah. So
I'm uploading this to YouTube and monetizing it.
If you think about speed of delivery, okay, or velocity, you know, you called it velocity. Remember that?
Because you asked me like what?
Yeah.
What was that question
No,
you asked
remember
me?
I was asking, have you considered the speed of delivery? And I was telling you about it. And then you used the word velocity. And I was like, oh, that's a better word, actually. You know, but like I posted about it, but I didn't want to steal it for you because it was your idea, you know. Yeah.
No, everything of mine is open source, bro. Go ahead. You're free to use it.
It was your word, so I didn't want to use your, like, I didn't want to steal your thunder. But yeah, like, you know, the idea is this. The fastest, in terms of, you know, speed hierarchy, when it comes to price delivery, the fastest is a gap. So you have a close and a gap open. Right at the close, it just boom. Next price, you know, the opening price is like beyond. Think of an N1. That's the quickest. You're not going to find anything quicker than a gap. The next, in terms of hierarchy, is what you would call a fair value gap. You have a close, next candle opens, and it just goes. But it prints. It does print. It prints bodies. And then the third candle, or the next candle after that. So that's the second candle. So notice a gap is just one candle close, and then immediately the next candle, boom, gone. But a fair value gap is one candle close, and then the next candle opens, goes, and then another candle. So that's that's your, so it takes one extra candle and it prints within. And then the next hierarchy is implied fair value gaps. Because remember, the wicks touch, candle 1 and candle 3, they touch each other, making that an implied fair value gap. But those wicks are still inefficiencies. But it's all the same. It's just about how quick did they deliver price from a particular, range or, price level to the next. So when I see these wicks, I love them. I promise you guys, this very week, I want to start seeing those wicks being plotted. You're gonna love them. Remember, that's what ICT was doing last year. He's like, yeah, that long wick, grade them. That long wick, grade them. He's been grading wicks since 2011. He's been grading wicks probably before I was born. Well, maybe not. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same. Oh, thank you, Aileen, he posted a chart. He posted the daily chart there with the 8s. I think it looks like the 8s. But yeah, man, that precision for Friday low, yo. Oof. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so when you think about speed of delivery in terms of how fast or how slow it takes something to form. The slowest in terms of hierarchy is redelivery balance. There you go. For those who, they want to do a statistical thing on that, go ahead, do a stat thing on redelivery balances, and please let me know. Let me know how effective and how they're referenced stats-wise. Remember this space, some people might probably, want to have to, come back to this speed. That's speed of delivery. It's in there. But price is going to go where it wants to go. It's going to deliver in the direction of how it wants to deliver. The only difference is how fast. How fast does your PDRA form? Those order blocks, or there are all kinds of order blocks at this point. But yet, an order block that gives you an implied fair value gap thing of candle 3, yeah. Instead of you have candle 1, so let's say a bearish order block, right? You have candle 1 is a bullish candle. Candle 2 is a bearish candle. It gives you a proper order block, closes below the low, of candle 1, all that kind of stuff. And then candle 3 opens, and then it goes to touch candle 1's low, or that wick. It goes inside that wick range, and then it drops immediately. That's an implied fair value gap. But the implied fair value gap confirms by after, it's confirmed after candle 3 closing. But at the open, you have immediate rebalance. It immediately rebalances that gap at that moment, the specific second where it opened, that candle 3 opens, it's already a city. At that second, is the same thing that I did with Tuesday. So the implied fair value gap that I did at Tuesday with the 1 hour there, at the moment it happened, it printed, it was a fair value gap. It didn't record on the daily time frame, but on the 1 hour, it was clear as day. So I knew we had a daily fair value gap because it was a previous day high to another day's data low. But it didn't record because of the distortion on TradingView. They're lying to us, folks. They're deceiving us. But have you trained your eye? You gotta train your eye. You have to be able to see this. When I watch ICT videos, there's a level of detail that I think I practiced, and because he would say, "Don't believe me, look in your chart," and I took that as a way to. I respected that level of. Sorry, somebody is requesting. Oh, hey, candlestick, candlestick. Yeah, so but yeah, like basically that's what I just described with the order block and all that kind of stuff. That's really what it is. So here's the trick. 1 second, Vance. So here's the trick. If you know your order block is going to give you continuation, why not just enter? When it closes, when your candle 2 closes and your order block is confirmed, in terms of like, oh, this looks like a solid order block, that kind of stuff, why not just start waiting? You wait for that candle 3 open, and you start studying it. But on your lower time frame, so if it's a 1 hour order block, on your lower time frame, whatever that is, 1 or 2 minutes, what you want to do is you want to start paying attention to the left, to the previous candle's range. What needs to be rated? What needs to be rebalanced? And then turned, and then it's going to drop lower for that hour. Or at least it's going to go take the lower low. That's a range you can trade. That's a model in itself. Sorry, go ahead, Vance.
I honestly forgot. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. It's okay.
I got something for you, Cap.
What's up, Candle?
Hey, man, you was talking about we were talking about how wicks are gaps.
Yeah.
And you were saying how to you have a theory on why that is, and it's the speed. And like this is something I've thought of for a long time too. Like we're taught that the body of the candle holds the volume, has most of the trading happens in there, which usually is true. Like most of the time that's how it is. But we could have, just because of how the candle forms, like you could have a 4-hour candle with half of the candle is a tail, let's say, and it might have spent 3 hours in the tail. So it's like you gotta almost look down to lower time, like almost feel like not all wicks are created equal. Like how much of a gap is it can be measured by what happened inside of the wicks, maybe, you know what I mean? Just a thought.
I appreciate that. I see Timeless all.
Can I budge in here real quick?
Sorry? Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Banjo. Sorry.
Neil, like an hour ago, was talking about something, and he kind of went over it really quick. He was talking about how he's looking for that order block that like forms the SMR, which I'm pretty sure he was saying. And ICT recently, like, I think it was 2026 mentorship, maybe 2025, where he started to talk about extending the 2022 gaps forward, like the OTE, the SMR, you know what I'm saying? And I've been extending the second stage redistribution PD array over too, and it doesn't have to be a fair value gap. It doesn't have to be an order block. It can be whatever it is, but extending the market, like the PD arrays that like initialize the SMR or the second stage or whatever, and extending those forward. And I only do it by one market maker buy model, market maker X model at a time on the 1 minute or the 1 hour, whatever I'm using as my higher time frame thing. But it's not like ICT's been talking about extending the 2022 gaps over, and I've been extending the second stage PD arrays over too, and that's been like a real eye opener for me too.
Yeah, like I've always said it, and I keep saying it. Brothers, it's always been in you, man. It's always been in you. I always encourage everybody I'm speaking with, they ask me a question, and start engaging, but I'm telling you, it's always been in you. But you will notice, no matter what you're using, what gives you precision is when you start using inefficiency. I'm telling you. There's something about these inefficiencies that it's special. When I discovered that it was all about inefficiencies, everything Everything revolves around inefficiencies. The algorithm doesn't care for liquidity. It doesn't care. The job is to set value. That's the job. The other side of how we get to trade and how they get to exchange it, that's a whole separate, all that settlement stuff, that's a whole separate side. But there has to be something that autonomously, if I said that right, it controls price. There has to be. I mean, why is it, they set circuit breakers? We think it's a human being waiting for, for the day. Yep. Oh, I'm going to click circuit breaker now. Yeah, circuit breaker. It's like, no, it has to be controlled. So that's why I'm now hunting. I'm looking. Where is the algorithm? So here's the other thing, right? Where's the algorithm messing up? That's the inefficiencies, right? The reason why this algorithm messes up, in a sense, not that it's messing up, but it's because it is finite. Only God can be in two places at the same time. It cannot balance two places at the same time. Every time it's going to balance something, it has to, it has to fix that first and then go fix the other. But the time between fixing the time where it's finished an objective and then it's on the way, think like a clerk, like a physical human clerk in a shop, fixing one, say one shelf. The time it takes from walking from one shelf to the other, in between those times, there are other people waiting at the at the till, waiting to get served. But it's only him. He's gonna be like, yeah, wait, yeah, I'll be there in a minute. The checkout, I'll be there in a minute. I just need to fix this real quick. But in doing that, inefficiency, and that is pure time. It cannot do two things at once. But when it does, serve liquidity and at the same time serve inefficiency, look in your charts, folks. I'm gonna let El Gordo go because he came first.
Yo, what's going on, Cap?
My man.
Que lo que? Let me stop.
What it do?
Yo, man, thank you for hosting the space, my brother. It's always a pleasure to hear your.
Thanks to all of you guys.
You know what I mean?
I thought it was just gonna be two people.
on how you see price, right? But it's something that you mentioned, right, that I would like to speak on, and I believe Neil asked on how which inefficiencies are gonna get tagged, right? One way that you could see, one way that I look for inefficiencies to get tagged and labeled is by using the OTE, right? If you look at your chart, right, I think you guys went over this, which is the February 5th lows to the swing high, created a OTE entry, which was the lows from Wednesday, right? Let me see, from Wednesday. Let me get in the chart. Give me a second. Yes, from Tuesday, right? From Tuesday, 2 p.m., which was those low. So if you were to do an OTE fib on that chart, you from the lows, from February 5th lows, swing high to the highs, right? Tuesday the 10th or Wednesday, right? You put your fib levels there. You'll notice that we came into the 70 and the 79, the golden pocket of the OTE entry.
Yeah.
And there are some inefficiency to your left, right?
Yep.
But what I also want to highlight, in the higher time frame, right? You have the lows from November 21st, right? November 21st, and the first swing high that we got was December 8th highs, right? And then what the chart did, what they decided to do, they gave us, um, they went to the CE, right, to the 50% of that swing high, of that OTE. And then they started to bring it back up, which is where they created this little fleet soldier pattern. Broke above the swing high a couple of times into some inefficiency from previous, right? From like November 3rd, November,
Yep.
right? And then it came down, which is where we had that sell side delivery from January 28th, when the sell side started, all the way down to February 5th low. That also gave us OTE at the golden pocket, right? So, I think you were on the space on Tuesday or Wednesday when we were talking in Shark Visions,
Oh,
the blue candle.
I came late. No,
Yeah.
I think
So
no,
we
you were telling about your story, and then
and they
they
cut
cut
us
you
off.
off.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, so we were talking about, I kind of highlighted at this. I did mention, I was like, listen, if this is gonna play out right on a higher time frame, where mind you, so this is double OTE if you think about it. And the coach had said that whenever you get double of anything, it stands for is like real good support, right? Like, yeah, you should take that by hindsight and be like, yeah, I'm going in on this, right?
Yeah.
So we got double OTE, double golden pocket, right, in the range, right? So from the low for November, we got swing high, the first swing high. They gave us 50% retracement, which is a good entry for a long, right? And as you can see, the price reacted and it gave us just that, a great long, right? And then it consolidated, chop, 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 chop for weeks, days, until it came down on February 5th. For the real OTE, second leg distribution to the upside. They holding it up, right? The swing high and then the drop on February 17th, Tuesday. They decided to move out of there quick. Now, um, you know, I to be honest with you, I was looking for sales, right?
Right.
I've been anticipating first stage distribution on market maker sell model. But I did mention that if we're going to be long, this is where we would go long here, right? So my understanding, looking at the chart right now, what I'll be looking for moving forward is for the highs to our left, right? Where of course the first highs, right, equal highs from 25,525, 26,13, right, 26,324. Those are going to be the target moving forward, right? If this is second leg distribution to the upside. But what I would like also for traders to keep in mind is, right, moving forward, higher time frame, we have been in this consolidation. So what are you looking for? What I'm looking for is for them to now manipulate to the upside, right? With this market maker buy model to the upside, manipulate to then distribute down. So, we could see October's highs get rated and then sell off in the market, which is something I believe the coach also mentioned in one of his spaces. Uh, but yeah, I just wanted to highlight that OTE, man, is a great way for you to find these inefficiencies and, golden pocket, 50%, are great places where you'll find these inefficiencies for the market to run, especially on a higher time frame. Once those inefficiencies get tagged, they will run after that. They'll take their time because it's in a higher time frame. Of course, they'll chop around and try to trap you in there. If you're in the run session, you're gonna get cooked. So yeah. But yeah, bro, that's all I wanted to mention. I don't know if that helped Neil with that whole inefficiency. How will you know? But if you go to the higher time frame, and you do that OTE fib from the low for November 21st to the swing high of December 5th, you'll see how it came into the 50% in that fib, and then it ran up and it consolidated afterwards, right? So, and then it came back down after it broke market structure of that consolidation, manipulated up, distributed down to the OTE in the golden pocket, which is the February 5th low. But yeah, that's what I got, my brother.
Appreciate that, bro. James Ford,
Hey guys, can you hear me?
what's up? Thank you.
What's
for
up,
calling.
man? Hey, thank you, Cap. Just started following you not too long ago. I'm happy you guys are hosting this space, but I wanted to chime in because you guys are talking about the combination of confluences when you have a fair value gap. Gordo was just touching on the OTE entry range when it all lines up perfectly. I just wanted to add in because I'm absolutely obsessed with the midnight opening range, midnight opening price, midnight opening range high, midnight opening range low. Holy cow, you guys! I trade MES myself personally, so I know you guys are talking NQ numbers, and I know they're correlated markets, and the algorithm rings true across both. I just wanted to point out for anyone, whether you're trading MES or ES or NQ or whatever it is you're trading, those midnight opening range values, those levels, the open, the high, the low, that first midnight displacement alongside the OTE, alongside a liquidity sweep, alongside that first reversal fair value gap, that inversion fair value gap, uh, right at the top of the smart money reversal. I just wanted to point it out to you guys. Like, holy crap! Like, I'm looking at my chart right now, and like I said, I'm just obsessed with the midnight opening range concepts and how they are just true support levels. And for anyone that's on ES, if you just go back, I mean, even just this week, the reversal that took place on the 18th, that recently just got taken out. It's pivoting right there at the January 2nd midnight range. The low on a 1 hourly chart, the body of low of yesterday's reversal swing low, the body is closing midnight opening range, midnight opening price from February 16th. So I
I think James.
I lost him too.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't me. Yeah, now we let him go on. Get back on when he's maybe it's Wi-Fi or something. Yeah, go ahead, Bands.
I just kind of wanted to add to what Elgardo was saying, and James kind of touched up on it too. I'm not a huge fib guy. I kind of just like the premium and a discount 50%, but something that really helped me picking the right PD array when you're looking for shorts or long, when it's in a discount in the fib in those 0.62, etc., is James touched up on it, overlapping the fib with time-based PD arrays like the midnight opening range or etc. I love using, if you're on a 1 minute chart, I love overlapping it with what is the silver bullet, what's the 1 minute silver bullet PD array in that discount range. So what is the 201 fair value gap? What is the 301 fair value gap in the discount range? I'm a huge fan of every hour there's a silver bullet first presented fair value gap, and it doesn't have to be the 1 minute chart. That's just the easiest way to explain it. I love breaking up a 4 hour range into a 15-minute first presented fair value gap. I love breaking up an 8 hour range into a 1 hour first presented fair value gap when you're talking about like the silver bullet of every range, the first presented PD array. And that's really helped me pick the right PD arrays when you're in that premium, when you're in that discount, and you're trying to find where is that pivot point, where is that reversal, adding it, not just using the fib levels, but linking it up to a time-based PD array as well.
Yep. Efficiencies and efficiency and efficiency, bro. Honestly, and again, listen, like, thank you. Oh, by the way, yes, because I was just going through the comments there. I did make sure to click on record space. So it says recording with the red dots at the top. Am I doing it right? Yeah. So yeah, man. It is 8:30 right now. Anybody else wanna say something?
Can I drop some quick? Well, since we were talking about wicks and time spent in them, I got something for you real quick. So I have been watching this Daily Tale from November 7th. I got it laid out in quadrants, right? It's a huge wick. It's from November 7th. And the crazy thing about it is on the weekly, it's the exact same tail. It's like all the price movement down there was on a Friday. So it closed the weekly candle out and made it look just like the same graded wick that I wicked on that I laid out on the daily, which is kind of crazy. Then on November 24th, between November 25th, we had a daily volume imbalance, which is like an in-dog. But for the longest time, I had to confuse what the difference is. But you know what it is. If it leaves a gap there, then it's a daily volume imbalance. That little volume imbalance is right on the CE of that wick. Like within 2 ticks, the CEs line up on this. And that was my draw coming into December 16th, 17th. And when we got down there, it's crazy because like everybody's like, you put enough lines on your chart and the price is going to go there. That's true. What's not true is that it's going to react off and accumulate around these motherfuckers, right? When you see it doing that, it just like it's something crazy, man. And because I don't know if it's because we've been stuck in this range or whatever for so long, but it's well past 60 days, and like we still react off all these things, man. It's just crazy. Those high time frame wicks or something else. So that lays into what I was saying, or my theory that the less time you spend in the wick, the more powerful of a gap it is, maybe. But
yeah,
that's my thought.
Yeah, I'm telling you, listen, it's been in you, man. It's been in you. The idea of somebody whose eye is not untrained is you have the knowledge, you have the understanding. I see it every time, even in like the other spaces, whether it's PPs or kids, which are the only 2 spaces I've really I'd say I've listened to, kids because of ICT. Sometimes you hear people say stuff and they explain how they see chart, because we all contribute, we all see differently, and you appreciate the contribution, right? My issue though is, how do you know when? The timing is when say for example, when we look at, we can grade any gap, any inefficiency can be graded. How do you know which one, and how do you know when, to get that precision that that you look for? Otherwise, we just have lines everywhere, right? So, what I've come to learn is you need your range, which is simple, just like everything that you guys are saying. You have to have a range. What's your range? What range are you operating in? This is your shift. Is your shift 2 hours long or 5 hours long? But that's your working period. You're the market maker. You have to deliver this price. We're all depending on you. That's how I see price. If you don't have a level of precision and control on what's going to happen next, then to be honest, we're just doing probability stuff. And at that level, all things go. Like nobody's right, nobody's wrong. It is what it is. But you have to have an understanding of what's really going on. You have to have an understanding of, this is where I need price to go this way. But you're not just cooking up this assuredness in your mind. It is backed up. I can't remember who it was who was saying it about, this inefficiency. Oh yeah, I think it was the midnight opening range plus this plus that. There's actually something we call that. It's called the plumber model, where your toilet is backed up. Yo, when you have multiple confluences and you want to sell, that thing or drop, it is going down. But anyway, yeah, like it's these concepts. When you have multiple things that they just work. They just work and they follow a sequence. There's no guessing involved. How is that not 100%? Now, maybe, some people haven't had the opportunity to hear me explain all the different things that I see, or the way that I see it and stuff in real time. And so, I can understand the skepticism. But hey, listen, there are people who are controlling this thing, whether they're using algorithms or whether that's just, individually, like well, not discretionary, but institutional style. Whatever it is they're doing, somebody's making moves. And it's a job for them. It's a job. They've had the opportunity to maybe go into, the biggest universities, or, maybe they've learned certain things. But by the time you come, when you come down to the brass tacks of things, and you're looking and you're studying and you realize, this chartered market technician, this is what they studied to be able to get the certificate. You realize they don't really know much more than you. They just have better information. But the first time when I came into PP's spaces last year, what I noticed was that people have been fed the wrong information. Or it's almost like they haven't had the opportunity to have a way to articulate or a way to put the information together in a way that is like boom, 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 boom. Where it's like, all right. So I think that's what, maybe some people appreciated when I was explaining certain things. This is how I see it. I'm never going to change. I don't see anything better. I'm literally watching all these videos. There I was struggling to get open code. Open code. Trying
Open
to get
Claw.
it to open in my. No, I was actually like I go to open code, like a coding terminal, kind of like VS Code, and there I was trying to download it and trying to see how I can use it on the terminal, and I was just like, yo. So I'm like, in it, open code, and they give me a feedback of nope. I'm like, oh my god. I'm trying to learn these things, right? Because I feel like I'm ready. And this is the same thing I'm saying to those who are inclined to the automated or automated side of things. How do you know to automate something when you don't even know the concepts? You have to know. But once you know, it's game over. Once you know there's a sequence, you can literally just look for that particular sequence that you like, that you can read it clear as day. You're the expert in this. And that's honestly, that's what I would even say this year. That's what I want to see. I want to see is like, can there be people who they have such a trained eye? Not just in terms of, I can see it on the charts and stuff, but your mind, like, how you think. Have you trained your mind to be able to like put it into concept that makes sense? Not just, you just, conceptualize things like, say, Cap's talking about speed of delivery and saying this. It's like, no, like you look at your chart. What's the quickest way for price to get to, from one end to the other, or from one price to the other? Not just in terms of price going higher or lower, but what about the time range? What's the quickest? The quickest is a clear as day volume imbalance. There's a close, immediately is the open of the next candle. Immediately. Just time range, forget price. Just time range, that's the quickest. Boom, boom. Close, open, bang. Gap open, boom. inefficiency with speed like that, it's too strong. That's why I love volume imbalances. That's what changed the game for me. Once I started observing, I was like, oh, so this is what these guys do. You have to be able to think. Train your eye. Because at that level, oh my days. Now everybody's going to be talking about, oh, control 100. That's what I want to see. I want to see everybody go, tell other people, yeah, control. It's like, no. Like, you really can't see it now. Because that's what ICT has been preaching the whole time. Do you notice how many times it keeps about control? I love it. I get cooked for it, but hey, it is what it is. We take no glory. All glory belongs to God. And all glory belongs to God who wants to help other people succeed. If you will put your faith in him, because it ain't just about money, it ain't just about wealth. If you will put your faith in Jesus Christ, there are things that will be revealed to you. Things. Did you know that the most intelligent scientists, or at least in the community of scientists back in the day, they were Christians? It only makes sense, right? Or at least they believed in a God. Let's put it that way. They believed in something high. But if you go way back, folks knew who Jesus Christ was. And they worshiped him. They experienced him in their hearts. They experienced him in their lives. Blessed are the pure, for they shall see God. Are you pure? If you had 1 billion given to you right now, what would you spend your money on? It will reveal how pure your eye is. Have you trained your eye to focus on what's important? Because that's where discipline comes. That's where truth. That's where accurate deduction. How do you know when you're being lied to? How do you know when you're being tempted? How do you know how to respond? How do you know when to control your life? These are things, especially at this age, most of us are still young. Most of us, we're still young. We still have a long way to go. And I'm always working on this every day. You pick up your Bible, you read it, and sometimes you read a verse and you're like, whoa, how come I never seen that before? I've been reading it since 2012. That's just how it is. I promise you guys, if you go back to ICT's videos and break it down, destroy this thing, man. Just break it down. Like, just dismantle, for real. Break it down. Because he's not going to give it. The man literally says to us, I'm not going to teach you everything. Like, I'm going to leave some things for my family. Like, you have it. How are you going to get the crumbs? You know what, the crumbs thing, comes from? So, Jesus and his disciples, they're going to, I can't remember, was it Samaria? Well, they're going towards, they're going somewhere. But they had to go through Samaria, I think it was. And there was a woman, and a woman came, and she started screaming like, oh, Jesus, heal my daughter, something like that anyway. And Jesus didn't answer at all. And then she kept on, Jesus, like you could tell, now things are getting warmed up. There's people around. She's trying to gather attention. You know how women are. You're trying to gather attention, gain attention. And then the disciples were like, why not just tell this woman to butt off? Tell her to go away. He didn't say nothing. And then he replied to her. And I think that's the way, and he replied to her and he said, oh yeah, listen, yeah, man. The things of the children of the house doesn't belong to the dogs. In other words, he's outside, Israelite. And Jesus like I didn't come for for those outside. I came for the house of Israel. And then she responded that, and I'm paraphrasing here. It's like, I get what you're saying, but it was the speed of response that I think, when you read the text, like, picture style, that's what got me. But her reply was, yeah, but like, even the dogs still get fed the crumbs. Yo, there was a humility about this woman. She didn't care about being called a dog because those outside, those outside of Israel were just called dogs because they were pagan. She didn't care. If somebody called you a dog right now, how would you respond? Would you be prideful? Or would you be humble enough to be like, you know what? I'm not here for that. I came to get a miracle of this guy. My child needs healing. That's what I'm focused on. Her eye is so focused on the occasion that she did not care about her own emotions. And Jesus replied to her and he said, you know what? Yeah, you got faith, yo. There you go. You have your miracle. A lot of people don't realize that the miracle they're looking for in their trading, it comes from them laying down their pride, laying down what they already think they know, and just opening up their minds to say, is it possible? Is it possible that this guy ICT is preaching something and this could be the freedom? Is it possible that this cap guy, he can stop 100%? Is it possible there's actually something 100% on the charts? And if I can recognize it, boom, it's healing for my trading. But a lot of people's eyes are so focused on how they feel, their pride. They got to hold on to a concept. Oh, no, I'm never gonna let go of my fair value gap, yo. Oh, no, it's all about fair value gaps. I'm never gonna learn anything. You don't need to learn all those tools. I don't care. I'm not gonna learn about speed of delivery. Okay, then suffer. Then when consolidation, suffer. Or I'm never gonna let of this. Whatever it is that people use, support resistance. Or it's like you want to use that. Use that. Oh, I don't like the way Jesus called me a dog. How dare you call me a dog? Oh, I'm never going to let go of my indicators. So people are offended now. You think you're letting somebody's voice that you don't even know affect how you feel? And because of that, you're turned off. You're turned off the very thing, the very mentality in that moment. You missed the window of opportunity to open your mind to realize that, hey, listen, man, I don't like how Cap talks. He talks like he got all the game. He got all the sauce. He talks like, yeah, he got it all. Okay, cool. So what? The way he talks makes me feel like he's calling me a dog. Okay. How's your situation, though? How's your situation? I don't know jack about how to code. Right now, I'm looking at Cursor, Visual Studio Code, Zed, Open Code, Warp. I have 5 things on my chart. I don't even know how to use one of them. It's the truth. Imagine somebody now said to me, oh, you don't need all of that. You think I'm going to care? I know what I want to build. And I know I don't want to give that information to anybody else. I want to keep it for myself and then become an algo manager of some sort. Just managing these algos. That's where the future is going for. Whether you like it or not, it is what it is. You're going to be left. The next generation of ICT traders are going to be using AI. Whether that's AI to help them in real time, whether that's AI to get those statistics, to tell them, oh, you know what, at 9 a.m. New York, it's high probability. That's going to be the lower high of the day. Oh, cool, yeah. Okay. Maybe that's just going to enhance the trading regardless. Who wins at the end of the day? Your pride or your pocket? Like I read early in the space, the 1 talent servant, he dug his master's talent. All that money, he dug it in the ground because he was afraid. Did you know the opposite of pride is fear? The opposite of pride is insecurity. They're both from the same blood. They're the same thing. All that arrogance and insecurity, they're both the exact same. You're looking to yourself. And then Jesus says, yeah, imagine Jesus Christ was your therapist, right? And you're like, oh, I feel insecure. I'm not sure. I'm scared and this and that. And because of that, I don't do this and then I don't do that. I know we've all been through it, including me. And Jesus is like, yeah, I understand you. Yeah. But you know what? Yeah, you just got to die to yourself anyway. Ooh, in the chest, like, where, what? You're supposed to comfort me. Yeah, that's the comfort you need. You need to die to yourself so your pocket can grow. You need to die to yourself so you can be a man who can make some money, and then you can provide for those that are under you. You need to die to yourself. You need to do what it takes so you can listen to the right information. You need to die to yourself because sometimes the miracle you're looking for doesn't come from the very person you think it's going to come from. I'll tell you that right now. You need to die to yourself. Let go of that pride, let go of that, and just start listening. He's like, okay, you know what? I don't like how I see. Listen, I'm a born again Christian. Do you hear me curse? I've been speaking for I don't know how long straight. Do you hear me curse? I don't like the fact that ICT curse. Am I now going to take that and be like, oh, I'm not going to listen to him? I highly doubt there's anyone on this planet who has gone through ICT's videos more than I. Highly doubt. Highly, highly doubt. It's everything that I've done for the last God knows how many years. It's all I do every day, without fail. I watch an ICT video. More than I read my Bible, actually, which is not good, is it? But it's the truth. I know what I need to know. A professional football player stays in training regardless. Regardless. You're training, boom. So really, we just gotta, start thinking again and like, okay, what's going on? What is going on? Why are you not as profitable as you could be? Why are you not where you're supposed to be at? Are you distracted? Because you have to start thinking, folks. We need to start thinking. These PD arrays, they do work. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what I was gonna do earlier. Where is that comment? Oh my days. It was just right there, man. Oh, I can't find it. But yeah, it was somebody said something about narrative. That without narrative, it's all cope or something like that. I remember. So listen to this. I guess we're going back to a little bit of preaching, a little bit, a little bit of there, a little bit of that. So listen, right? I did share the post that there are two different models or styles of trading and all this kind of stuff. Listen, the best models, they have narrative baked in. An example is the one that I was talking about earlier. The order block. Those two candles. You have a higher time frame, 2 candles, and you trade it on the lower time frame so you can get your range. It's baked in, folks. It's baked in. It's a market maker model. Literally. Market maker buy model, market maker sell model. It's going to go down and up. It's going to go up to go down. It's baked in, folks. But sometimes you see an order block and it just doesn't line up perfectly. It's like, oh, it just looks like, just jaggedy or whatever. Like, yeah, it goes back to candle one's open. It breaches that open. You think, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we got to change the state of delivery now. And then it just wakes back within. But isn't that your range in the first place? You get your bid and you get the hell out. Even before that candle 2 is going to breach candle 1's open, for example, and then wick, lower and close, say, that kind of formation, you will be able to know before it does that. Before you're out of the trade, you can tell. You can tell. Because there's going to be signatures on the left that will tell you we need to go satisfy that and then turn back lower. Even if the retracement is just a tiny bit. But that time range, you can get what you need to get and get the hell out of Dodge. And you're done. Another one is order block fair value gap. Minimum 4 candle formation. There are PDRAs. How about a breaker? Isn't a breaker range on a lower time frame? Could that not give you some sort of seek and destroy? Oh, I don't like seek and destroy. Seek and destroy is destroying my soul. It's destroying my pocket. Like, okay, cool. Well, hey, what are you gonna do? Still got to trade. How do you know? How do you know how do you trade those barcode? They're trash ones. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Going nowhere. Price is trash. And yet ICT be trading in them. Other traders are trading in and they're getting their bid and they're getting out. How are they doing it? Just because on that time frame, the up and down move is too fast, it doesn't mean you cannot slow it down. You get that? You slow it down. You're the market maker. Just go to a lower time frame and trade the market maker model in all that nonsense. You have a shift, folks. It's your job. You're delivering price for us. We need a level of thinking of control. You need a mentality of control where it's like, okay, I need to know for a fact what I'm doing. Okay, yes, I don't see into the future. I don't know what's going to happen. But do you recognize the sequence that you can literally time, you can literally tell, and you just be like, oh, I see what they're doing. I guess this is what's really going on at this point. Okay, cool. Let's play it this way. Boom, boom, you're out. Some people, they like to do that kind of stuff, come on Twitter, post their trades. It's like, yeah, man. Everybody else is saying price is trash. And you're just like, yeah, well, I made a little money. Okay, whatever. But do you have control, though? Does your model, if I, remove the person, remove the individual, the human, does your model give you confidence of control? Or are we just going to lean on psychology? And at the same time, we call ourselves algorithmic traders. It makes no sense. If your model is not developed to the stage where, like it gives you that level of control. Think about OpenClaw. Think about OpenClaw right now. OpenClaw was doing bids. You can do it with Telegram, and everybody's like, get a Mac Mini, all these things all over the internet. Like, okay, cool. All over Twitter, it's like, cool, no problem. But now the guy signed with OpenAI, and now he's developing it. He's upgrading. Now he has all the resources, and now he's working on security. The idea is baked in. Now he's improving whatever it is, OpenClaw is about. All these, Claude Code or, Anthropic, whatever they're doing over there. It's like, how are they improving their model? These models keep getting improved. Why can't you improve your model? But you know what it takes? It takes a trained individual, somebody who has trained their eye to be able to see, recognize, number one. And then they can have the heart to develop their model. And eventually, you're going to get there. But you have to have faith in yourself. You have to believe that you can do it. You have to have faith in what you're doing. Like El Gordo, like, are you cheating on your model, man? If your model was your wife, are you cheating on her? When your model says this is when we activate, you know what I genuinely think it is? I think the truth is a lot of people, their model doesn't have a time aspect baked in. So they're waiting for signals. So they depend on PD arrays because their model lacks sequence. When we talk about narrative, I'm not talking about narrative like, like fundamental. Yeah, I think it's going to go here. I think that's bias. If your model doesn't have narrative, like this is how it's going to get to this price point. This is how fast it's going to go. This is how slow I expect it to go. I expect consolidation like last week. Tuesday open. I was saying, I want to see on the 1 minute chart, I want to see a gap open. That's all I wanted to see. I just needed to see that. On the daily time frame, if you get a gap open in NQ, I guess we're back to charts, right? My God. If you get a gap open, somebody's requesting. Let me see. Oh, Lee. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome back. Yeah, like if you get a gap open, the moment we got a gap open higher, and I wanted it to be, I posted it. This was posted, okay? So this is not like a hindsight thing. I wanted it to be a gap open higher because we already have a suspension CB on the left. In the same range, you have two suspension PD arrays, the same one, like on the way up and on the way down and on the way up. At that time, that's all I needed to see. Because I know I'm expecting you. If we get that gap open, I'm expecting to get, then the rest is game over. We're going to gap open. Now we have a volume imbalance in play. Suspension. And I said, if we get a gap open, suspension, plays, suspension, things are in play. Suspended. In the location, in the premium where it's at, it's going to use all that breaker, all that range, the yearly, the end yard, new year opening gap, new week opening gap of the first presented new week opening gap of the year. All that range, that's high resistance. But because it's also baked into all that print, it's a suspension play. You can expect it to just do a little bit of sideways thing, but that's resistant. You're in deep premium. So you're scalping for how many days? 2 days. 2 days. At that time, if you include it, it's 3 days, folks. Look back 3 days, look forward 3 days. And that's a whole different conversation for another time. On the third day, boom, we drop. Because it's done all it needed to do. So you want to tell me that, I'm the market maker? But yet we have all these, the same thing. In hindsight, we all look back and we're like, oh yeah, I see it now. But this is why I post these things. And this is why I've been doing it like this. Just to let some people know that, hey, listen, there's hope. You gotta have faith. There's hope. When I tell you, like, you can describe this thing, at a level of detail that ICT wants us to have, you can. You can. It's not a ICT only thing. You can. When ICT used to say, "Oh, he knows what the weather will be like in June," I used to laugh. But you know what, bro? Yeah, he wasn't lying. He wasn't lying. Ogoda just came. He gave us his play. Boom. Was it last year or something like that when he gave a play and he just played to, thanks for that anyway. I made some free tip. But, it's like he just gave a play. And I'm talking about long-term play. There are other people right now, they know how to read Bitcoin like crazy. They read that thing from time. How are they doing it? Is your way of reading the charts? Is it baked into your model? Because if it's not, then you have to create room and cook it up. So it is time-based. Okay, so time specific in terms of timing. So not just time, but also timing. And then also range is baked in. How high, how low? What liquidity are we targeting? Bias and narrative. How fast, how slow? Do we need to go up and then down and just meander for a little bit before we then go? It has to be baked in. And you're not doing that with order blocks alone, and you're not doing that with fair value gaps alone. It's not happening, folks. It ain't happening. So, if anybody else has one last, so we can conclude. This is like 9 p.m. man.
What's up, Cap? My bad. Had to take a little break because my phone was dead. But I just wanted to say, for some people that's not connecting the dots with the at that time, think about midnight price when he's like, ICT always says at midnight, the market resets. That's a script that's running. And then it runs for liquidity, right? But then you got Cap talking about inefficiency too. And then Cap said that every high and every low, it runs into an inefficiency. So if you know at that opening price at midnight that it's gonna run to an inefficiency, and then he said calculate the range, so previous range, and in the discount of that previous range or in the premium, you have an inefficiency, you know exactly what's gonna happen. Now say if you're on a daily time frame and it's an order block, now on the hour time frame when you break it down, you know exactly what's gonna happen. So I just wanted to give that little hint when he says timing, just like Silver Bullet is a certain timing. It's not about market structure. I used to think that all the time. I used to think you got a higher high and a higher low. And that's not what ICT is talking about either. He's talking about at specific times, there's going to be a certain script that's going to happen via liquidity rate or inefficiency. So you're only looking for those two things, but at that time. And then you add the PD arrays. But the PD arrays, ICT already said, is about time. You guys got to realize all he's doing is breaking it down on a smaller time frame and working it in the market maker models. But if y'all want to go listen to the specific topic, go listen to ICT talk about offset distribution. That is really what we're really talking about here. Offset distribution. If you want to sum it up to like the beginners, that's like, I get it, but I don't get it, or I need a reference. Go look at offset distribution by ICT. He's telling you exactly what's going on. Then come back to Cap and listen to it over. Maybe listen to Space like 2 or 3 times. Because he really, I ain't gonna lie, I thought he was gonna, take his time with it. He said for a whole year and he could have been milking it. But he kind of gave it to y'all all in one, bro. He really gave y'all a lot of stuff. And it is a lot, but when you break it down to, like I said, the time, you're going to realize it's happening every single day, bro. I'm a true witness to what bro is talking about. It happens every single day. Even when it's ugly, it still happens. Even when it didn't go the way you wanted to go, it still happened. That's why on his 930 opening, he goes, sometimes it doesn't go back and fill the gap. I just won't trade that day. And then he'll show it if like let's say if it's a buy scenario and it's going up, he'll be like, if it continues going down and it never goes back up, I'm fine with that. And he still marks out the sequence that's happening in the down direction. So that's all it is. But go look back at where ICT is putting his stop loss. Forget his entries. I know everybody want entries because they're like, if I know where to enter, I can make as much money as I want. But you need to know what's the invalidation of it. That's why he gives reclaims so much. Because the 50% of these reclaims, that's it. That is right. It's right in front of y'all face. I promise y'all. And Cap has been a perfect demonstration of what ICT has been saying all along. It's not market structure. It is time, liquidity, and inefficiency. And price will follow all of those things in the right sequence. I hope I help somebody that's like really struggling or trying to figure it out, man. But he definitely unlocked it for me. So I appreciate you, Cap. You know what I'm saying? You really showed a lot of love, man. That's all I had to say. I don't really want to say too much because Cap has done a great job of explaining some over complicated ideas to a basic beginner, and he broke it down to the simplest way. Go check out his page. His page is like the biggest library you can get on 100%. Everything he put on there happens 100%. I tried to prove him wrong. Yeah, I can't prove bro wrong every time. And I laugh every day and I go, it's there every day. I literally don't even look at the charts long. And then when I go back to ICTO videos, when he's doing it in live charts, I call it out before it's happening because it's a sequence. It has nothing to do with, it's like the candlesticks and the PD arrays is the closest thing that he's looking to as a candlestick. But when he's trading it, it's like a job. You clock in and at that time, like he said, an order block is a daily candle, right? Let's say a daily order block. You got 48 candles to work with. The first half is your 24. The second half is your time to be in the shift. That is not psychological at all. I don't have to think about it. I don't got to work on mental psychology to figure this out because I know what I'm doing. Just put it all together like Lego bricks, though. It is what Cap is talking about. You need to all put it together. It is not one piece. What ICT did was you can only see the fair value gap. That's one piece. So I'm going to let you use that. You know the breaker. I'm going to give you that. And then people got confident with those topics and started running around and beating their chest on social media. But if you don't, like the untrained eye is the topic. How you know you don't have the untrained eye is if you cannot repeat the sequence 100%. If you don't, you're a part of the untrained eye. I'm just being as honest as I can about it. So it's not an ambiguous question. It's not hard to think about, even if you have made money, because this topic is not about making money. This topic is about the untrained eye. And you only untrain when you cannot see that sequence that's happening every single day, period. That's all I got to say, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who came to the space. This is insane. I was nervous, y'all. Like anybody, maybe I'm just gonna have to talk to the screen and just leave like a marker or something like that. Actually, Chaotic has a question. When price hits an anticipated terminus, i.e., an old low or high, or an FVG, Beverly Gap, or any high time frame level, what is the one particular signature to look for? Which indicates it is likely to reverse or retrace back. For me, I look for a fair value gap that runs into the key level to turn into inversion paired with market structure shift. Many times I trust order block. Okay, listen, Chaotic, you have a good thank you for the question. This guy is everywhere, all over Twitter. I'm telling you, man. Sometimes I'll be looking at somebody else's comments and he's in the but anyway, shout out to the Chaotic, man. Super encouraging. Listen, here's another freebie, because I was thinking, maybe this thing is kind of over, but I guess you keep prompting, we keep giving, right? So check this out. Chaotic, this is for you, but this is really for everybody. I want you guys to look into this specific sequence, this specific model. All right. I want you to get your exhaustion gap. So that's your last gap. Okay. Sometimes it's like so tight, it doesn't give. So use the wick. Use the wick. The first, so say for a cell, I'm speaking of a cell scenario, okay? For a cell scenario, use the wick. If it's too tight, if you don't get like a gap or something, like a fair value gap, because on the lower time frame, you'll get a fair value gap. So it just depends on how it prints based on the speed at that time. Get it? Okay. But yeah, let's just say, you have a natural print on whatever chart you're looking at, say 5 minutes, 15, 1 minute, or whatever. You have your exhaustion gap. So that's the last fair value gap, the last BISI. And then you have, so, you have gray rate, all that kind of stuff, and then your BISI is created and all that jazz. And then on the turn, it hits terminus, and then it starts giving you your order block. So this is a sequence, all right? It hits terminus, and then it gives you an order block. The order block is formed. That's step 2. So I guess, step 2, step 3. Okay, so I'll start again so, it doesn't confuse people. Step 1, you have an exhaustion gap. Step 2, you have liquidity raid. Okay, sometimes it forms after the raid. I like that better, but okay, cool. Step 3, it hits terminus. You may not know where terminus is. It doesn't matter. You're just waiting for your print. Step 4, you have a bearish order block. Get it? Step 5, you have a SIBI. Now, that SIBI is also forming at the same range as step 1's, BISI, that exhaustion gap. That right there is your venom. That's your venom. I want you to project that high, the terminus high that would have formed, and I want you to project it to the low that created the step 1 low. So, the step 1 BISI, the initial BISI that became that gauntlet, PDRA, that becomes the venom at step 5. I want you to project the high to the low that created that step 1. So that leg, that fractal low, you only need 3 candles. You will have a higher low. You have a higher low on the left. You have a low and a lower low in the middle. That's candle 2. And then you have another low, a higher low on the right. So that middle low, you just project that and then project it down for a sell. Or what you can do is you can imagine, like you can pull the fib and just pull it all the way down till you're 20% or 25% if you're into that kind of stuff. You could till the 20, 25 or the 75 hits that low. So now you already have the first block being built. And then you now have between the 75 and the 50, you have the 50 to 25 and the 25 to the 0 below. And I want you to see how often do you get that. If you don't get it on a particular PDRA, just time frame, sorry, if you don't get it on a particular time frame, just try something else because you're training your eye. So just look it up, let me know. Just let me know how that goes. Because what you're gonna find a sequence. You're gonna find a sequence, folks. There are at least 7 PDRAs that turns price. 100% of the time. I don't even care what anyone says. 7. Like at least. Sometimes it's 8, sometimes it's 7, There's at least. I just gave you what, 4 or 5? I think 4. I give you the Gauntlet, Order Block, the Venom Creator, and then like you get a breaker. So that's 4. So that's 4 PD arrays that gives you your 2022 model. There's more. But in that range, that high to the, say that the leg, the crates, all that, blah, 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 or whatever. I want you to look at that range. What's in that range that is making price turn? Why is he turning? What's there? Anyway, before I, get all animated again and stuff. But yeah, I think I shared some things, reclaimed order block and breaker. So reclaimed order block and breaker, that's about 6. 6. The first one that's going to print is that reclaimed order block. It's going to be an initial. So we can call it initial order block. And then it's going to be printed because it's printed now. And then you're going to have that, bullish order block, that those, consecutive candles, for example, or whatever. It's going to then become a bullish order block. So your bearish order block is basically null and void. Doesn't exist yet. And then you're going to get your, so, that's 1. So 1 being initial, 2 being the breaker. It becomes a breaker later. But, 2 being that. 3 being your exhaustion gap. 4 being your bearish order block at the top after terminus. 5 is your SIBI. And then 6 is your breaker. Because now the breaker is being created. I try to tell them. Ooh, Lord, I try to tell them. Look it up, man. It's just 2022. It's the simplest one. The man literally came that year and said, I'm going to give you something that, for my daughter. And it's the simplest one. I'm just going to give her something easy. Look it up, man.
Venom and Gauntlet are the same thing, right?
What?
Venom and Gauntlet are the same thing?
No. So Venom. Venom is because the Gauntlet is the exhaustion. Yeah.
Gauntlet's the Bissy, Venom's the Sibi.
Yeah, Venom is when the Gauntlet gets switched by the
Okay,
Sibi.
so it's like the confirmation for the Gauntlet.
Exactly. So the flip is Gauntlet being flipped in a sense, or inversion. That's the Gauntlet. The reason why it's a Gauntlet is because the way he explained it is like they're setting the trap. Because normally when you have a Bissy, you think it's a breakout. You think, price is going to go higher. But you don't know, like, hey, listen, like this thing is nearly done. So they're setting a Gauntlet. It's a trap. And then when the other SIBI then comes lower in the same range, it becomes a balanced price range type thing. But the reason why it's a Venom is because now they're stung. They've been bitten. They're trapped. Like it's a dead thing. Like it's done. It's a done deal. That thing ain't reversing. It is not reversing. When it follows that sequence, you want to know when your 2022 is going to fail? Boom. But when it follows that sequence, right, League? He loves that one.
Man, I love it.
Well, yeah, man.
I ain't gonna say too much, but that's one of my favorite ones,
Yeah, man. When you're strapped for cash, yo. When you're strapped for cash. When I don't see a trade, when I'm like, I just go to the low time frame, I find a quick one. Boom, 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 boom in that sequence, and it gives me all the things I want to see. Take a quick one, man. 20 handles, 25, in, out, bang. And then price reverses again and kills my 2022. But that range, I'm in, I'm out. James Bond. It's quick, man. You got to know. Because it's just on a higher time frame, say like on a lower time frame, like second charts, on a higher time frame, that 2022 reversal is a bullish order block. So that 2022 sell, the sell model, it's a bullish order block. So when price invalidates it, it becomes a bullish order block. And then the left side of that initial, quote unquote, turn on that left side, all that breaker, all that side, it becomes a breaker type thing. It becomes a reclaim or, your mitigation, if that makes sense. It's going to become a bullish thing again. That's why you have it, when pricing withdraws, it goes higher again because you're bullish. But in the meantime, in that little portion of time, you can catch a little thing. Sometimes it's 30, 40 handles.
You're talking about catching the gauntlet on the short-term high, not the intermediate-term high to the left of it.
Yes, something like that. So think about it, right? No, I'm talking about just the curve. I'm talking about just the curve. Because your gauntlet is part of the leg. It's part of the curve. Short time high, intermediate high is a different curve. If you think about it. Because you need like a fractal, you need like 3 candles to create a short time high. So you want it to be part of the high, the high that creates your intermediate. You want that. You want all that setup to be part of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the reason is when price comes back, like a natural 2022 is going to turn, is then going to hit, those levels, preferably the reclaimed order block, the initial. You're gonna hit it bang to the tick. I'm talking like to the tick, maybe you're off by 50 cents.
My favorite's if they form a gauntlet after that retracement.
Why would you want the
I'm saying the intermediate term high is formed, or it's not formed yet, but I'm expecting it to form. Comes up, makes the short term high, hits the whatever PD array, then rejects off that lower.
Oh yeah. Exactly that. So you're expecting it to form. It hasn't formed yet. We print in the forming. It's while it's forming. You can make money in that. So while it's doing the turn, the curve, for example, that you can trade that because it goes back to what I was describing earlier. Like a natural 2022, it's already created, and then you get your entry. So that's why sometimes you see people who like to do these challenges, like they want to challenge, oh yeah, I'll trade you kind of thing. Like no, wait a minute. Like we can trade the gauntlet, get out at the terminus, or at least close to it, let it prove, get in on the order block, anticipating the turn with the fair value gap. The fair value gap gives confirmation that it's going to go take the breaker, or it's going to go create the breaker. You get out at that low, you wait for the retracement to come back to the reclaimed order block, and then you get back in again, and you join the person that is just entering in on 2022. Now you join in on their trade. But you've been in twice, up, down, wait for them, and then you join in on their train.
I wanna.
When they make money,
I wanted to say something, Cap. For y'all that's not getting what he's saying, he literally just gave y'all the blueprint to the sequence, but ICT gave it to y'all in Lego bricks. But what he just was describing was the sequence. But he just told y'all you can hop out at this part, hop back in, and continue with the sequence that's already happening. But that's all I want to say, Cap. Yeah.
Yeah. You can hop in, hop out, do whatever you want. At that level, you are unbeatable, untouchable. Those props probably won't pay you out. You're untouchable. Listen to this space over and over again. I'm telling you, I'm literally handing it over. A lot of people don't talk about the reclaimed part. That part has been the secret for a long time. Because sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not clear, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not there, sometimes just so they don't know. So they're just looking at Fair Valley gaps. But we're talking untrained eye. But when you train your eye to see the turns, I guarantee you this. Anyone here, whatever you're trading, when you look into this, you will probably drop your model and you will just start trading reclaimed order blocks flat. No joke. You're like, you know what? People don't care about terminals no more. I just wanted to prove that it's reclaimed so I can get back in.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, you would drop everything. You're like, you know what? Nah, we need to start talking about reclaimed arrays on this app.
You're saying the
Man, it's been there.
you're saying the reclaimed
Sorry,
order block is the leg that forms the gauntlet, right?
The leg, no. So the reclaimed order. So think about it this way: you have consecutive down candles, and then price goes higher. So we have a bullish order block. And then we have the gauntlet, which is the BISI. And then you have the turn. But the moment those consecutive order blocks, like down candles, because they're going to become bearish breakers later. But in the meantime, those consecutive legs, just look left. You will see a bullish candle, which is an order block. That bullish candle is your bearish order block. That candle, that one. Oh, yeah, we need to research that. That's the one that, that's been evading maybe, all of us. So I love it. I use it. I don't complain. When it shows up, it's clear as day. When it shows up like that, I know I'm going to get that initial bearish order block. And then I know I'm going to get consecutive down candles. I'm going to get like a minor, it's just going to, boom, 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 a little bit. It's going to take previous low, and then price is going to go higher. And it's going to look like, oh, this thing is invalidated. No. We are operating the turn. The market maker is lodging in his bits. He's already putting work in. Everybody thinks, oh yeah, we break it out. No, he's already putting work in. He already started the turn the whole time. The whole time he already began. Because they can't just lodge it in one shot. And I'm going to say this and close. On the higher time frame, it is just a wick.
Good night.
Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna destroy them.
Have a good night.
We're taking over. Thank you so much, guys, for showing up. I really appreciate you, all of you who came to listen. You stayed this long. My goodness. You expected that I talk a lot, but you stayed here. I appreciate you guys. PP Bank, shout out to you. You're the first, and I'll always give you that flower. You let me speak, and you let me come into your community, and I really appreciate you, man. So, and everybody else, thank you for your encouragement. Thank you for the fellowship. Thank you for not getting turned off. I know there's some believers in here, so it's not a problem. But I just appreciate that some people can stay to listen, because honestly, we're just trying to change lives. This one space, I might not do another one. I don't know. I might not do another one. It is long. I spent the whole Saturday pretty much. doing this. It's a lot of work. I respect to those who do spaces, man. Gee, it's a lot of work. But yeah, man, like I really, really appreciate all you guys, and yeah, we'll catch up in the comments in the somewhere. Who knows, man? The untrained eye. You got to train your eye, man. It's important. It's worth it. And what's going to happen after that? You'll be able to turn your talents to make more for your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And on that note, you will enter into the joy of your Lord, because that's really what we're doing it for. If you do this for the money, yeah, it'll come. Yeah, you get precision. Yeah, it'll be all right. But you will not experience the joy of God, because everything on this planet is fleeting. It's fleeting. It's fleeting, guys. It comes and it goes. We got to stay trade up. Keep your eye focused on the Lord. Keep looking up. Maranatha. See you guys.